What's up, everybody? What's going on? I'm RDB, and I'm joined by Easy Eric Breen, or the Breen of all Breens, Mr. Eric Breen. What did you
What
prefer?
what is up?
Well, currently we're still awake, but no one else is, unless they pop in the chat next couple minutes. I got a lot of books tonight. We'll get through this real fast tonight. This just for Jay's benefit, since Jay's the only one in the chat saying hello. Actually, he's not saying hello. He's just saying comics.
And for anybody that comes in later, I managed to get that giant rodent out of my comic book room. So
You know, like I said, I would rather have the rats. I can at least I can trust them. That's something.
no, I gotta admit, like I said it. If you told me 6 years ago when I was sniping his chat and like you and I were doing our thing with Frag Minion, if you told me there would be a day where he would be standing in my comic book room, I would have told you were nuts.
With Gail in the corner watching and judging.
Well, it could have been, but she did make the trip. So
Oh, she didn't? Oh,
no. That's yeah. They both changed their mind. Gail was off today, so she just wanted to sleep.
They trusted him alone with the car. They're the only one transportation for her to get back and forth to work. Very trusting. Alrighty. Well, we might as well get going.
Listen, your box ended up getting pretty big, so hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he sends it to you quick.
We see a box pretty big. Is it, are we looking like an appliance box? How big are we talking about?
It's
a long box, short box,
like that and like that.
Okay, ain't that bad.
What I used for your stuff was, we get loose boards, comic book boards, in packs of 1,000. I use one of those.
It comes in a square box.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like,
the problem is, and I'm sorry for this, I've been holding on to this stuff for so long that your tastes have changed so much in that time that some of this stuff you're probably gonna go, yeah, this would have been great if you'd sent it to me 2 years ago when you started putting them in.
Yeah, when Vito was popular.
Yeah, really? That's right. Yes. The first 40 of her 200 books.
Yeah, G. Will Wilson, all that stuff, great. And like now, when am I supposed to read Danny Lore?
But yeah, I think there's like 4 or 5 Man from Uncle paperbacks in there.
How did you get that out of your room? Did you toss an onion into it? Oh. So how many of a box or how many boxes did he take from you?
Oh, probably. I think I had 4 of those that size of stuff for him, 4 or 5, and then a couple of short boxes.
Wow.
I needed the space. I mean, it's hard to believe with how big this house is, but
it fills up quickly. Well, I have a 2-story house.
When you don't pay attention to, or when you don't keep things straight, you realize when you go to dig, you go, man, I've got so much stuff. And I like the way those essentials and showcase looked on my shelves, but it's like, I've got, thousands of comics I haven't read yet. I've got almost probably 800, 900 trades. When am I going to look at them?
I agree. Everything goes wrong when things are no longer straight.
Yep.
Tim, Bobby, Mystique. I'm sure there's more. This kind of blocked it on my mind. All right. Let's talk about some books here. Show off some books. All right. As I was telling Eric, all my books just seem to drop on like the last week or so of like the month away. So it always happens. It's been a while. For a while with me and Zach, we're always getting like it happened almost every month we were doing it. And then for whatever reason, the past 6 months, it's been kind of like coast, it's been sailing and stuff. And then probably thanks to delays too. That probably doesn't help either. But yeah, so I have 18 books this week. And the good thing is majority are indies. That's the only good thing I could say about having more books. that they're all indies for the most part. Number 18, The Addiction. It's okay. There's going to be more, but barely her power. They started off with basically her talking about her boyfriend, everything, introducing the character, who she is. Like they gave you this weird cringe stuff, like age 30, TikTok comedian, starring. I'm like, what is it? A Yelp rating system? And then like it was like, oh, it's going great. And then I'm like, see the two guys back there? Oh, they're happy, and then they're kissing too.
Is this new person in the chat with the cool username? Is he from Twitch or is he totally
I
new?
don't know. No, that's Twitch shows up as purple in the stream.
Oh.
That's YouTube. What's up, Sludhead? I don't think we've seen you on chat before. No, but
I know we haven't, because I would have said that's a cool name.
It is. Maybe he's really into sledding. I don't know. Honestly, this was an interesting book for me. It wasn't too much like my couple, guys, my style, my taste. But she ends up getting in Mexico. She's tied up, and then they basically kill her. And now they want her blood because her blood basically is the gangsters that shot her up and stuff. They want her blood, and her blood basically can manipulate people. And she uses her abilities. Unfortunately, after a while, she uses her abilities. She has to consume food, otherwise her own blood will start attacking her. And she basically takes out the cartel, and they give you like little like stuff like doctor stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
I gotta admit, this is not the worst art I've ever seen.
No, and it's an indie book that has an Artgerm cover. There's a main cover.
Yeah, that's that can be a problem, because when you pay your cover artist more than you pay the interior artist for the entire book, sometimes it shows. So
this says it's The Addiction, New York Comic Con premiere, The Death of Your Life, book 1 of 3, created by Vincent Zorzolo, David Quinn, who also co-wrote both the book, and then illustrated by Claudia Balboni, color by Brad Simpson, letter by Dave Sharp. Creative direction, Andrew Wilson. Artgerm, Andres Lambda, David Mack, and Alpha Martinez did the actual covers. Dedicated to Vincenzo Zorzolo. So maybe the guy passed away, and they're just finally putting it on the book, maybe?
I remember that happened about 25 years ago on a book called Crisscross, where the creator died, and some people that he knew got together and got it out for him.
Yeah. Because it says The Addiction premiere, first printing October 2023. Published by Zorzolo and Quinn LLC in New York.
So the important question is, will you be back for issue 2?
I don't know. It's like, it's kind of like serious, lovey-dovey. She kills a guy and stuff. And then the one guy wants her blood. So he basically like takes over her because he infects with her blood. He's able to mind control her. But afterwards, she gets so weak, and then she's like, because they had a feast there, and you get flashbacks. She starts hallucinating seeing her boyfriend, and then like she snorts the cocaine for like extra booze and stuff. Like whatever it is, her power, she needs to have drugs or food or something to consume. And you get introductions to different characters like her. Yeah. I don't know. I might be back. It's an interesting read. Like I said, you get a whole panel of this you're eating. I'm like, this is a Mariko Tamaki nod.
Well, no, the difference is her consumption is integral to the plot. I mean,
it is,
and not just something that's there because the writer doesn't know what else to write.
What's up, Embryo Goddess? Now this is a Twitch. When it shows the purple there,
okay,
they're on Twitch, and she's lurking. See? Behind a wall. It's kind of creeping around the corner there. What's up? Yeah, it is. It is enjoyable product. And like I said, there's a lot of science stuff here they talk about. Come in here. Explains what she's doing, how she's like able to manipulate these people, and then you find out that she's actually she is working for the CIA and the DEA, CIA and DEA and the DEA. They'll go after the cartel members, pushing the drugs, and then she's gonna call her boyfriend at the end, wondering why he won't pick up. And then you get a little backstory about her and her dad. You know, her wanted to be a doctor as a kid. So I don't know. It's you also get some information in the back too. So I'll probably be back for this because it's 1 to 3. I kind of want to see where it goes, and it wasn't too much. It was actually it was $5 because it's a very indie book.
Yeah,
and also because they had to pay Artrum. All right. But it doesn't mean it's a bad book. It's just not my wheelhouse. But I want to give it another shot. And also, here's the stuff on the back, too. I like how they show like the art. So, that's kind of cool. All right. Number 17. Creature of the Black Lagoon Lives. The ending just was a letdown for me. I didn't like the ending. It just felt rushed, and it felt like they had no direction. I don't know. Maybe you'll feel differently when you review it, but it just felt
the thing is, there was no other way the book could have ended.
Yeah. Like she meets a creature, and the creature saves her, but that's about it. It's like, then they go their separate ways.
Yeah. Well, what are they going to do? Start a interspecies romance?
Well, I thought it. Remember in the original movie, the creature wanted the girl for itself. It seemed like he was going to murder her or drown her or whatever. But I'm just like, with the guy, the serial killer, like, it was interesting with him, like what he was doing, like taking the actual body parts of this. I was like, oh, it's kind of gross. But like, I don't know. I kind of don't know if there's gonna be more. I would love that they have like see another more about this. I don't know where they're going to go with it.
I don't think I need to see any more from that. It wasn't as good as
no. The one we were reading, the one with the monsters coming out of the screen, the movie thing. That was way better than this.
Well, I mean, I compare this to the Dracula because it's the Universal Monster series.
I didn't read the Dracula.
Yeah, you should. It's good.
I couldn't get past really the art.
Good. You read an issue and it all it's okay. But no, they.
Scarlett Wilson. That you were watching on Twitch. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I said I think that it ended the way I thought it would, and it was good. Not like I said, Dracula was very good. This was good. Hopefully, the third one, whether it's the Mummy, Frankenstein, or Werewolf, it picks up because I said it's because I want these to be spectacular, and they should be, but it just just really wasn't.
There's a bot on our Twitch chat here. Hey, buddy, how are you? Your channel is really engaging. Thanks, Mr. Bot. Admin Discord. No, I'm good. I get bots all the time on Twitch, my Twitch chat, because even though I put people as moderators, I don't care. It's Twitch. It's not going to affect me. They're not posting anything that's offensive or get me in trouble. But all right, number 16, a book. There's such good art. Story plot is really hard to follow, mainly because I don't know what the hell is going on half the time because I have to go back and read the past issue and see how it connects. All I know is that she was hired by she's an epic that was hired by these people that were from the Imagination Land world from the first volume to find out who killed Sherlock Holmes. Well, you learn that Sherlock Holmes, you basically, through a detective, because she's a detective, she's basically, it's Alias. If Jessica Jones was an epic and he had the power of use her imagination, she finds out that basically Zeus was murdered and so was Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes was somebody who is behind it, and then so basically people were murdered, and then she feels that the people attacking her are being pulled on, her being manipulated, possibly by another epic. This is supposed to be the series, or not series, but the season finale, I guess. of this second story arc. Like I said, I like the art, but the plot is just kind of dull for me.
Who is the artist? It looks like Mike Perkins.
No, it's Seisman Kudransky. This is something epic.
No, I
Yeah, he's the main artist and writer.
Okay, so he's got a style reminiscent of what Mike Perkins.
Oh yeah, done. I mean this opening page, she's battling against Set, who's using Zeus's power of lightning.
Oh crap! Another bot.
Oh yeah, this one's on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, speaking of bots.
Yo, everybody.
Look at this. She talks about her childhood with this bus. She used to come pick her up. The bus would give her jokes, or cringe jokes. So she's never really liked buses since she was a kid, being an epic. She said, like, it's like, sometimes the bus was always glad to see me. To hear my taking his dumb jokes. He's like, hey, Noah, have you heard this one? How do bees get the work? And she's like, how? They take the buzz. Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He's like a Pixar freaking bus. She would talk about it. And she's all, yeah. And then she noticed one thing. She said, to the bus, it was as much annoying as he was, the personality. It was the driver had like blood on his hand, she remembers, and like she couldn't revive. The next thing you know, she's like, eventually the bus driver was replaced because it came out like his past, came to light, and then he was fired. Apparently, he got drunk driving and crashed the school bus and killed a bunch of people. But yeah, I mean the art. The one thing about this is the art is really good in this. I wish Marvel and DC had this talent, but they never will.
Dan Mora called and would like some respect back.
Yeah.
Nick Dragata called. I'm sorry. And would also like it.
I'm sorry. This is more epic than Dan Mora.
No, I'm gonna. This is where I say
Dan Mora does cartoonish stuff. This is more like epic, realistic.
You have your likes. I have mine.
Yeah, I know. You can be wrong. I don't care. But
sons,
dads.
No,
my dad's not gay.
Well, the other dad just left.
We're not that progressive.
The other dad just left his house earlier.
Who's our other dad? Wait a sec. Oh, E. Okay.
No, I'm going to weigh in on this. I said we've seen Dan Mora draw panels with dozens of superheroes, and he's very good. This is very good. Two different kinds of art, but I will take either.
That's fair. That's fair.
There are plenty of people that are drawing books that I don't want drawing anything.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment.
Yeah. Basically, it's funny about this because she's an epic. Only she can see that she's in tune with the epics, are in tune with the imagination world. The couple downstairs think that that she's weird or possessed, so they call the cop. Because especially he looks at all these guys, the old man's like. He's like, he didn't give a shit. He just wants to drink his beer. He's got the typical white beater on. So telling his wife to quit nagging him. He's trying to watch TV. He looks up at the peephole. He sees her being thrown across. But he doesn't see the god Set throwing her. So he's like, oh shit, she is possessed. So he calls the cops. But then when she gets there, and like they think the guy needs a wellness check. So poor neighbor. But yeah, like I said, good art. Story's kind of dull. The only thing I could say, and a lot of people have said this too on League of Comics, is that you need Seisman. You're not a bad writer. You're a great artist. But can you please put like previously in the very beginning so we know what's going on, because these come out like a month or two apart. They're instead of crediting all the other people who don't matter, just put the synopsis.
Wow, how would you feel if you were one of those people?
I wouldn't be one of those people.
It's a good thing because you don't matter, apparently.
No, I want to get paid. I'd be. Hey, Mark, Mr. Miller, do you need help? Dude, sometimes it's like 2 months. I waited longer. I'm still waiting on the Last Lazarus by Greg Rucka, but I think he's gone off the deep end. All right. Ready for this, Zach?
Depends. What is it?
Number 15.
How many? Wait, 15. How many books you get this week? Good
18,
Lord, man.
18.
I know I had a big week, but shoot.
So, I don't
So,
know.
Zach, if you'd known that, would you have stayed for a couple of extra verses before you came home?
I might have stopped at the Dairy Queen or something and got a burger.
Yeah. Zach, you reading this at all?
Yeah, I got it.
I don't know what to think of it. I kind of like it, but then at parts it's like I got annoyed by the stupid Deadpool Hostess ad being there twice.
Hostess? I didn't even read that. I didn't realize it was a Hostess ad.
That's what it was. Hostess
I'm just at the point right now where I skip through the ads. I don't look at any of them.
But I mean, like, and like I said, I don't know. It's, I guess they're advertising more stuff for the House of Ideas.
Well, that's the 85th anniversary thing.
What are they celebrating it with? Bad writers?
Care Andrews.
Okay, and
I don't know what
Ryan North. Well, look, they got Christopher Priest. Let's see here. Alan Davis, I recognize that. Iman Vellani, don't know who that is.
That's the actress who plays Miss Marvel.
All right. Sabir Perzada? Steve Scroach?
That's the guy who wrote like a Thing team up miniseries last year.
Carlo Pagulian?
Heard of him.
Joshua Casara? Stephen Byrne? Yuji Kaku? And more. And this just covers by Carrie Andrews. So he's just doing the cover then?
Yeah, maybe he's doing it.
I don't know. It's at this point, if I would rather get the guys who are still alive who can actually still work. Get the guys who actually made it good. Come back, work on some. That's what I would do. Instead of getting the new people who don't care about it. All right.
I like how he spent all that time reviewing the ad and not the comic book.
You know what, Zach? Number 14. You should be checking this out. These are fun books. For those who like the Resident Alien sci-fi series because it's comedy, this is the alternate take. This is where in the comic book where he's actually a serious version and he's dating Astra and she's pregnant. She gives birth to their baby in this issue. So, in the end, so I'll just show that. I don't know where it's going to go with this because now they've had a kid and stuff. It's like, and they got to raise the daughter up. I don't know how much longer this series is going to go, but I do know the show has at least one more season. 13. Venom, Separation Anxiety. Very fun. Nice little throwback. And introduce Ghost, who looks like, for whatever reason, Ghost looks like Moon Knight in this.
Well, Ghost is a dude in the comics, I should say.
I understand that, but he looks like Moon Knight when they show him, though. In the very beginning, here we get the page. It looks like Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, kind of. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know
I'd
why.
sue for copyright infringement if I was Moon Knight.
Right? Look at that. He's literally dressed like Moon Knight.
It's pretty funny.
But then again, the Hobgoblin had a little hood thing like that too as well. So
wait a second. What book is this?
This is Venom, Separation Anxiety.
Venom. Who is the artist on this?
Gerardo
Rivera?
Sandoval.
Sandoval.
Whatever language
Sandoval?
that is.
Yeah.
Does that translate to can't draw Kingpin worth of shit?
To be fair, did you see Kingpin in the animated movie Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? No. He was huge in that too, so.
Yeah, the Spider-Verse, yeah, he was a big dude.
All right.
That's how Nick Dragata's Batman looks too.
He's got a pocket-sized head.
Number 12. Very fun book. If you're not reading Local Man, you should be. It's tying into a Blood Squad 7.
Are they still doing the back, like the dual, like the back and forth? Like, is it 2 stories?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And you're getting to learn more about all the characters. Plus, I don't think it has. Yeah, throwback to Wild Future of Wildstar, and then yeah, it's crazy. Remember we talked about the dog the last issue, the dog basically sucked down a demon and devoured it out of nowhere. He's about to get killed by Frightside, former villain, her demonic entity that was bonded with her after she died. It was going to go into Crosscheck, but instead it went to the dog, and the dog just basically slurped it up and ate it. Like,
Good
so we have no idea what the dog is. All we know is the dog freaking ate a freaking demonic entity. And he's teaming up with his ex-girlfriend and still the water sprite, basically hates her. It's like, she's a villain. Why are we teaming up with a villain? And basically there's the whole Farmington has now become under a cult led by this lady. Hot blonde. And and I love it because like Igna's like, what it is? I was like, I have no idea. She's pretty and blonde. I mean, I met a lot of pretty blonde people in LA. Yeah. But he says what team? He's asking her, what team is she talking about? I know all those guys: Cyber Force, Blood Squad 7, the Free Agents. None of them disappeared. So I wouldn't be surprised if Blood Squad 7 mentions Local Man. If they're
that'd be cool. That would be neat.
Very fun. Man, yes, and F Crosscheck every single issue.
Yeah, I'm getting Local Man in the trades. Like I've got the first 2.
Is that a running gag in that book?
Yeah, because he was, but the disgraced hero was kicked out of like the Avengers or whatever, Justice League would call him. He went back to his home state of Farmington, and everybody says F Crosscheck. And there's this one guy, he's the only Uber in town, and he's like F Crosscheck, but he ends up becoming his secretly his buddy. Mm. But he has to, in order to keep appearance, he has to say, give him a finger and say F Crosscheck as he leaves him his truck. So it's fun. All right. I think I'm 11 now. Yeah, 11. 11 is Nemesis.
Nemesis.
This is interesting. I'm curious what's the hero's response to get here and discover here. Spoiler. Sorry. 3, 2, 1. He basically goes into the Lazarus pit. They have their own Lazarus pit because remember, Mark's really playing into everybody saying he's Batman. Well, Mark's like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna make him more like Batman just to piss people off. The old man is basically like Ra's al Ghul that basically trained him into Nemesis, and he's got a daughter who's basically similar like Talia. And but I kind of like this. The dude, he's basically was paralytic, but now he's become single issue, and he was basically the Leagues of Assassins, whatever we call them, League of Shadows, came, got him. He was lowered into the pit, and they had to use like 50. They had to kill like 50 innocent people per day for like a couple months just for the healing properties to work. I was like, dang, this guy's freaking evil. But yeah. You see him at the end there. He's like, oh, what is he gonna do? Basically, the guy who basically was gonna try to kill the nurse, failed at it, and he got his eyes removed. He basically
no, the nurse didn't try to kill him.
No, he didn't. He let him live because he was nice to him.
Yeah,
but he said,
it was the other guy.
They said, "Fucking do whatever you want."
Yeah, yeah.
Or he might have said, "Fuck Crossjack."
But apparently, he basically other people are victims of Nemesis, have band together, off him a job. They're gonna give him his sight back, whatever, make him a superhero, whatever. But I love this because like the Talia girl is like, "What are you gonna do?" Well, I'm going to scour the local prisons and find myself a young ward.
Well, the only problem I had with this book was, given the stature of Nemesis crimes, given why was he just at a hospital and not at something that was harder to break into than Fort Knox? Plot armor, I know, but again, but still, that's a stretch. But it was fun, so who cares?
There's another Jupiter's Legacy coming on.
Hey, nice. It's not Frank Quietly doing the art.
Hey, nice. That's the book I won't be getting.
All right.
I didn't get the other one, so I think I'm going to get the other three though.
Prodigy's pretty good. I like him.
Yeah, I'm going to get that.
He's like Mr.
Prodigy is good. Prodigy, Nightclub, and Huck. I think Huck's getting a new book too.
10 is Wolverine, Bloodhunt, the final issue for this tie-in series done by Tom. I believe it's Tom Waltz.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. Very, very fun. It's Wolverine versus Maverick. Vampire Wolverine versus Maverick. Nightingale basically, while Wolverine's basically being distracted or being mind controlled by this a vampire, Nightingale is going over to basically take out the rest of the equipment stuff. And then at the end, Wolverine heals up thanks to her Nightingale's UV blade. Is no longer under the thrall of this vampire, and we get kind of like two chicks fighting in here too as well.
Chick fight.
It's really great. Yeah, she runs her blade. Just basically kick his healing factor in, so basically he wouldn't be under her. Basically, he stalled his healing factor in order to become a vampire because he figured out that these vampires can't be seen on camera, so he used it as stealth ability. But he ended up becoming, under the thrall or to free him of that. The two chicks are fighting, two vampire chicks. That at the end, they end up killing. She ends up killing the main vampire, or the girl that Nightingale does, or Night Guard. And at the end, Maverick is turned back to being human because the one that turned him is no longer alive. They go their separate ways, and then we get this last Casablanca kiss, where we're seeing this picture.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Who are those two? Is that Wolverine and Maverick?
Yes, it's Wolverine and Maverick. He changed his gender.
I could. Who is it? I have no idea.
It's his Night Guard.
Nightingale.
Or Nightingale or something like that.
No idea who that is.
She's a fairly recent character. I think she was created by Benjamin Percy.
Yeah, Night Guard.
Wolverine run.
It's
Night Guard.
It's old vampire hunting alley who herself was a vampire. Yeah. It says Logan reunited with Night Guard, his old vampire hunting ally, who is herself a vampire, to fend off waves of vampire attackers. The duo discovered these vamps are commanded by Maverick, another Wolverine's allies, and a newly minted vampire who was hoping to recruit Logan for his mental fighting skills and mutant powers to support their army. After attack Maverick and after tracking Maverick to his iron base, they realized Mav's cameras weren't picking up Night Guard. Like all vampires, she can't be revealed. Wolverine purposely injured himself to slow his healing factor and offered his own neck to becoming a vampire to evade those systems. But yeah, Tom Waltz is he's doing some currently working on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff.
Okay, yeah. Was Wolverine a vampire in this series?
For a little bit.
Okay.
Because he saw his healing factor.
I thought that one of the properties of he can't get drunk. He can't, his body repairs stuff from any diseases or outside forces.
It does. But he's also been infected with a technovirus before, too. That was in the cartoons.
Again, this is somebody that really doesn't know the character.
Well, no, like I said, he stalled his healing factor enough so he could temporarily become a vampire, but his healing factor was kickstarted back in, and it allowed him to basically fight the disease off.
A stretch, but I'm just saying, a lot of times writers will just disregard things to fit the story they're doing.
Honestly, it's better than him pining after Jean for 20 issues and then finding out he's like, you know what? I should have been going after Scott.
Don't you get defensive with me, you little son of a bitch. You will cut the grass every week for a year.
Zach, you know what?
While your brother is cutting the grass, you can sit there and sip mint juleps and spit the seeds at him.
You know what,
seeds
old
and
man?
juleps?
At least
but it fit my rant.
You know what, old man? At least I'll be touching grass, something you haven't done.
No, because I don't touch the grass. I just stay on the porch and tell kids to get off of it. Now continue.
All right.
And you're grounded.
Number 9, Rook Exodus. Very, very fun series. It's all coming together now. We get some revenge for Swine, his best friend who was murdered by basically the Russian bear. I'm gonna call him that because I figured he'd probably be Russian.
Ivan Koloff?
Yeah. 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 There's giant snakes. There's a lot of wolves, and then he gets eaten from a bridge, and that's how it ends. So, all right. Number 8, Pharaoh. Very fun series. It wraps up at the end here with more people being infected. The girl originally, the main girl character here. I like to call her Sally because that's basically what she reminds you of in the Robot's Homer Brown. She was the annoying cat that wouldn't, take no for an answer. Very stubborn cat. Lord Fluffy Pants, whatever his name is, Lord is on the left there, and then the guy down there, Patches. He got scratched in the first issue, finally succumbed to his disease, and has rabies now and attacked them. Another person ends up getting attacked. Humans come in and pop one of the cats in the head with a bullet.
I don't like this book anymore. I do not like it.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I want from Disney. I want more.
No, I don't.
I want freaking Aristocats with zombies.
Fox and the Hound was bad enough.
He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I can't go with you." And it's like Elsie, he got me. Patch, I'm bang. He's dead.
I hate it. I love it, but I hate it.
I love it. This has been great. I think it's better than Stray Dogs. I know that his favorite thing is that, but I love this more. All right. Number 7. Moon Knight. Very, very fun series. Tells how the story of basically Khonshu being freed, Mark coming back. He's getting a sweet, basically, what do you call it? Reunion with his girlfriend, soon to be baby mama if they keep going down this route. But it is great to see Mark back in his new costume.
Tigra.
Does Marlene exist in this universe anymore?
Yeah, but she still exists, but she was even brought back a couple of issues. Was it the first?
She was brought back during the first 30 issues somewhere.
Yeah. And she still hates Mark because that's what Marvel did 20 years ago. They had her leave Mark.
What about Frenchie? Is he still around anymore?
No, Frenchie he was gay and then he went bye-bye. Yeah. They ruined the whole entire supporting cast from the original cast, but the best thing they brought back in, they brought in the Midnight Mansion or Mission, whatever. And then they brought back Greer into this, gave her actual purpose, got her out of that nasty Thunderbolts book they had going on with Kate Bishop, and so I'm so glad.
Yeah, I haven't read Moon Knight probably since.
This has probably been some of the best Moon Knight I've read since even before. I like Chuck Dixon's, but I'm liking this more than Chuck Dixon's. Sorry, it's just what it is. I'm not saying that Chuck Dixon is a bad writer. I'm just saying this is a little bit more entertaining to me.
Well, that was 30 years ago, and I don't think it held a candle to Doug Mench's. So
no, Doug Mench's was fantastic.
They'll never top that, but
no. Like I said, it goes Doug Mench's, and then it goes this version of Moon Knight. I'm enjoying this. This is just fun. Alrighty though, number 6 here, Void Rebels. Very fun, very just action packed. We get to see more of Hot Rod.
Springer.
And Springer.
Who's Hot Rod?
Right there.
Oh, is that Hot Rod? Oh.
Yeah, it's Judd Nelson, bro. The movie.
I can't keep them all straight. There's so many.
We're not relying on you. We're relying on Kirkman to keep them straight.
There's so many Autobots. It's like you got to do like Marvel used to and put their names next to them.
Down there.
That's a tough task for modern comic writers.
Yeah, I know, right? So the reason I know he is because I hate Hot Rod. Hot Rod's in the movie. Eventually, after they kill off Prime to make him the new Rodimus Prime, it's like no, and everybody else hated it too because we like Optimus. We don't want no substitute. But very fun. Sometimes you just can't kill a guy, so I'm worried about that. But I am curious to see where this goes because what happens once everybody learns the secrets? Know that they're all the same people, same race, with different rules. That's all. Like, what happens after that? Well, we just know that I know the Skuxoids are going to eventually find them, and then maybe they'll have a intergalactic war with the Skuxoids. Skuxoids are the tentacle monsters.
No, I think Skuxoid is the pig guy.
You sure?
I thought he was the Skuxoid.
Yeah.
The tentacle, you're thinking of like the quadrilescent, like the living tribunal, but with 4 heads instead of 3.
But these guys here.
That's the guy that he made a deal with, like, I don't know how long ago.
But
I'm telling you, there needs to be like little things where they give you the names or the species.
Suxoid is the pig. Suxoid's a pig guide. I guess Suxoid. Okay. See, there's Jay right there. What do we need that for? See?
What if we
And,
didn't have J though? Then we'd be screwed.
Life would be dark.
Quintessescent. That's what you're thinking of.
Okay. Well, I was confused because it said Quintessa. So we got
Quintessa.
quintessence.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't claim to know a lot of things, but the things I do know about, I know very little. All right. Number 5. Freaking awesome. Zach, did you pick this up?
Kind of disappointed in it, to be honest.
He kills a freaking bear, and then, what are you talking about?
All he does is fight some animals. Woo! I look, it's good.
Well, I'm
it's
sorry
just
that
not
you're not impressed.
not my thing. It's not my thing.
This is young Conan. Conan the Barbarian. Get to learn about him, and then he talks about it's his childhood, and then he learns more about crime, and he sees a bear down there. Eventually, he's like, I could take it out by using just my my string, my bow and arrow. But he's like, no, a man goes down there and he kills it, face to face, and he does. But not after that. Just before that, he gets attacked by wolves. And he kills the wolves, and then he basically eats one of them at the end there. And I just love it. Like, he's got the wolves, and they see him there. He's like, yeah, he's eating. He's that's why I didn't like it, because he ate a dog. But man, this is fun. Here comes the bear stuff. Honestly, I don't know where this is going to go, because it's only the first issue, but. At the end, he comes across 3 men, and then in the distance, these three scavengers that they're going to steal his food. After he worked so hard, he's been living by himself. There's a beautiful girl, Papa's girl, hiding out, watching him. So
yeah, they don't skimp on the topless women in this.
Why do you think I like it, bro? Because it's just enough. It's not full frontal, but it's just enough to like.
Just enough, yeah.
It's enough to be titillating. All right. Number 4. Big Burn. Wow. I guess there's going to be 3 of these? Or 2?
3, I believe.
But for $9, and a company I don't really know much about, after listening to Eric, I already bought it because I didn't read it though, but Eric was talking about it last night at the auction over on his channel. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then I just sat down and read it. I'm just like, art's decent. Story's good. The devil looks like he just joined the bloodhound, or whatever they call it, the bloodline.
I think he looks like Jason Momoa a little bit.
It's like Roman Reigns, Jason Momoa. But it tugs on the heartstrings, and I love this because like he goes down the hill, but he's like, oh shit, what's happening? He's like, the devil's like, oh, you're being revived, pretty much. So he said, looks like you're not staying. And at first I'm like, what the hell happened to this page here? Then I realized that's just him, the bright light, as he's being brought to life.
Yeah. Jay, I wouldn't worry too much about Dio. He's not without talent. He just made a couple of really bad decisions.
He's also not in charge of everything, though.
No, I have enough confidence in him to be able to write a good comic.
I thought this was really cool. Very fun book. Looking forward to the next ones.
Are you reading Big Burn?
I did get it. I did pick it up. I liked what I heard about it Tuesday, and my shop only had like 2 or 3 copies of it. I said, let me grab one of these.
All right, down to the best 3 books of the week. Number 3, self-help. Wow, I'm not going to spoil this because you need to go read this. Plot twist about Jerry Hauser.
Yeah, it's now
wow.
The hardest part about this book is keeping all the names straight.
I know, right?
And I'm just talking about his.
Danny, Jerry,
Darren, Durwood, Dustbin.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, no, that's Bewitched.
It's just a fun book. Like I said, yeah. All we know is we learned that Barry Jerry is not exactly who we think he is. We knew apparently he was in prison, and his name was Danny.
Oh, we also forgot. We Dayran.
Yes, the Finnish mafia guy
Head of the Finnish mafia.
who's been basically supporting Darren Hart with money for something or building or something like some kind of company
and paying him to engage his worthless daughter.
Yep. And at the end, I'm not sure is this Jerry's ex-girlfriend? This random person? She works at In-N-Out Burger.
Well, he dumped her right after he got out of prison in that scene where she.
Yeah. And now, So Jerry, remember Jerry's story about he crashed and he crashed into the water? Like, what's going on here? Yeah. Live, laugh, love, and die at the hands of Powder Bob. Very fun book. Recommend it. Number 2. Flash Gordon.
Wow, it's just his number 2.
Yeah, because my number 1 is a lot better. At least I think it is. I didn't know what to think of this. Apparently I guess Mondo, whatever, was that the name of the planet is? I can't remember what it was, but basically,
Mongo.
He caused the death of Mongo, whatever planet. And in this, apparently, he's on this like terror planet or something like that, basically there, and they keep him alive by injecting him with substance. And then until one day, a guy comes in and the guy is like, dude, you need to help me, otherwise you're gonna kill Dale Arden, former love of the killer of Mongo, Flash Gordon, now the consort of Prince Anton. I was like, damn, she moves on fast. But so at the end, he basically the way he escapes with this is like crazy. Like, I was like, dude, if this was done as a TV show and I saw him do that, holy crap, that's like Butcher level of awesome from The Boys. Also, there's tentacles and people being eaten.
Love it.
Oh, tentacles. We should let Dominic know.
I know, space tentacles.
Jackson and Jay are reminding you they go over all the stuff about him killing Mongo in the Free Comic Book Day issue.
I read it, but like, how many months ago was that?
You can refresh your memory.
Yeah, it's put away in storage, bro.
You can read a comic book more than one time.
What's the point of that? That's why they have trades. But I don't know. Like I said, I am interested to see what they're gonna do with this. Obviously, he's gonna go and free Dale, and they're gonna do each other again.
Yeah, but he probably isn't gonna like what he sees when he gets there.
When she's basically in love with the other guy.
Well, I don't think it's that, and I know this is a cliffhanger ending, but they want you to think that she's moved on. The dead or alive.
Yeah,
dun. But I see where you and I just reversed our top 2 this week.
Because you know which one my number 1 is.
I know what your number 1 is.
I know what Zach doesn't know what it is.
That's because Zach doesn't know dick.
Tracy?
Yeah.
I don't actually, because my LCS didn't get any issues of it.
Oh, you didn't get the stick any week?
Sorry. I didn't get the stick this week. Sure didn't.
Wow. Good night, Mumbles. Hello, Itchy. There's no Scratchy though. A lot of Mr. Shoulders. There's a lot. Lips. There's a lot of names in here, bro. And a lot of murder, a lot of bullets, a lot of corruption, and a whole lot of Dame basically telling you, is like, you're not gonna sideline me, bitch. Basically, because I'm involved with this. He's gonna tell her this isn't a place for you, and she basically gets in his face. Which normally be like a red flag if anybody else was writing that, but I actually like the fact that she kind of like, did a Lois Lane thing, say, hey, you're not getting rid of me that easily. Very good art, very good story. Just liking this. It is a very, very, very fun book. I want more of this, and I need it now. If there's one book you're gonna need to read this whole entire week, take Tracy.
I'm gonna
But
try. I'm gonna see if my
you know-
LCS got any shipments in
You know
when I
why?
go tomorrow.
You know why? Because this is toxic, Dick Tracy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know what? They definitely, it definitely would help to be a longtime reader of Dick Tracy, but it's not. You're not completely lost by
No,
not reading.
no. I watched the movie, and that pretty much kind of filled me in on who people are. But overall, like I said, a very, very good week for comic books. Only had a few that were not indies, but very, very good. That being said, I don't have any back here because I'm done. Who wants to go next?
And by the way, you are welcome for
Thank
merely saving you the cost of Hello Darkness.
Man,
Well,
I felt so bad for you, Breen, when I read your review. I felt
that's
so
okay.
bad.
That's right. That's okay. Doctor doesn't come here.
It's like, whenever you watch those old sitcoms from the 90s and something sad would happen and the studio audience goes, "Aw," like that went off in my head when I read your review.
You know, the first thing I thought of was Nelson. Ha ha. Because I was thinking, like, do I really want to spend that much more? I already got enough books as it is. So I'm glad I chose
if I just trust me, if I put the word out that quick, just
Well-
like I said, trust me that I'm
Chris. Dude, Chris Condon put a bad taste in my mouth because when with that Night Wish, whatever, Red Keep, whatever. Yeah, he did great with Enfield Gang, but everything I've seen him write or touch afterwards seems like it's not the same quality. So I don't know what his politics are. Don't really care.
I know what his politics are,
But
they're to the left of Mao. But
yeah,
is Jacob Phillips the only thing that keeps him from not being awful on everything? Because the common denominator is Phillips was his artist on That Texas Blood and the Enfield Gang Massacre. The book that I always forget the title of that we quit halfway through because it sucks so bad. Yeah, those and this in epitaphs. But like I said, I was talking about Hello Darkness, which even had a Garth Ennis story that sucked.
Yeah, that's what I heard. The biggest thing I saw was Garth. Like somebody said, Garth and his book is like they get a half a star on comic. It's like, ooh,
yeah.
I'm like, what did Garth Ennis write? It was so bad.
It wasn't. It was so bad. It's just it was
bland.
Well, it had a surprise ending.
Was it the best story out of the book, though?
Yeah, but that's like
see,
that's like saying I don't know. It's yeah.
Oh, man.
Zach, you want to go next?
Sure.
Go ahead, Zach.
All right. Here we. Oh, I didn't even. Oh man, all this time my camera hasn't been on. What?
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I can leave it off. No, it's okay.
Oh, how would we see your books then?
It's a good point. Well, if I had controls, I could put up screenshots of the covers, but somebody took away my controls.
You never had controls. I just gave my login. That's all it was.
Once upon a time, I had controls. Once upon a time. Very briefly.
Why would you want controls? Are you sticking around?
No, I'm just saying. You gave me controls once a long time ago. Bottom, I'm sorry. This is my bottom book this week compared to all the other ones. It was just kind of, okay, it's
girl with tits. I don't want to see them.
Conan kills animals, and young Conan questions his religion.
He questions. Well, if you watch the movie, he questioned Crom too.
I thought this was Red Sonja too for a second, but then I realized it's not the scale mail bikini. But it is good. Jim Zub, look, for what it is, it's good. The art is good. I don't mean to knock Jim Zub. I know he's been knocking that out of the park.
He gets attacked by wolves, kills the wolves. And
actually, you know what? On second thought, I'm going to bump this up. This is not bottom of the barrel. This is second from the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
This was bottom of the barrel. See? This was I got it, Rampy. I'm sorry, man. This was such a disappointment.
Yay, the apples are back.
I was really expecting, I don't know what I was expecting, but this just ended up not being it. The serial killer that this girl chases from America, he like surgically tries to graft gills and stuff onto himself to become like the creature of the Black Lagoon. He goes into this whole, I'm an animal, so I made myself look like an animal. No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see the creature of the Black Lagoon kidnap and kill people. The art was all right, but yeah, this was kind of a disappointment. So this is bottom of the barrel for me this week.
So they kind of the creature kind of did a face turn.
Kinda. Like
And
the creature's almost heroic, but not really. Yeah. And then the professor, the guy who's actually from the movie, he gets taken out. He dies because one of the drug cartel dudes shoots him in the head, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're kind of all three in agreement on that. Was
Yeah.
not terrible, but not
It wasn't
good.
terrible, but it just wasn't what I wanted from a creature of the Black Lagoon. And it does kind of fit Ramby's storytelling. I can't be too surprised. But yeah, I don't know. I was just expecting more, especially after hearing you go on about Dracula.
Well, but again, that Dracula
was different. It was
people, and whether you like him or not, James Tynion is vastly superior to Ram V as a writer.
Yeah.
I thought a Ram V was a truck.
You like Ram V stories.
He writes
Paradiso.
Like one sometimes.
You liked Paradiso and Many Deaths of Layla Starr.
And I never now Many Deaths. Never read that. That was.
I thought you did.
No, that was Ash and Skip that read that. I never read that. I read Paradiso and
Joe talked about it. That's who it was. It wasn't Ash. It was Joe. I'm thinking of Joe talking about Many Deaths of Layla.
You mean Joe Corello? I call him.
Yeah, Joe Corello. Well, I call him Joe. All right. Ultimate Black Panther number 6. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. This one, there's stuff in this that I like, and then there's other stuff like I'm okay. We can pick up the pace a little bit more. The art is good. I really like the artist. Nieto, whatever his first name is, last name Nieto. That was good. There's like some seed planting here. Like T'Challa finds Aurora attractive, but T'Challa's also already married. So like, how's
That's
that gonna
okay.
go?
He can dump the queen. She's useless in this book.
Also, like the Moon Knights are pretty cool.
Oh, do you notice something? When they first cut after that, they cut to Aurora, and it's supposed to be Killmonger, but I thought it was the queen at first. I was like, dang.
I had to do a double take because they do give Killmonger the long hair, and
I was just like,
I was like, wait,
whoa.
Make sure I'm drinking my coffee. I'm awake. Yeah, no, I read that right. Okay,
it's Kurt Marvel. I would not put it past it that has 2 lesbians making out.
There's comics of that online somewhere. Some fan arts happened.
I'm sure they're the rule.
Blood Squad 7. This is the other Image superhero book. Venkman got Local Man. I've got this one. Blood Squad 7. Floating heads. 30
years later, Image comic books. I was reading a description about that. I was just like, it sounds pretty cool.
So there was a Blood Squad 7 team in the early 90s. It starts off like flashback in 1993. There's a character named Blockhead. He's not part of this team, but they're just like, they do like a where is he now? And now he does like a extreme home makeover. It's actually pretty funny. So yeah, this is a team. They're relaunching it. The one in 97 was more like a propaganda wing of the government. It was just for show. This one is actually meant to be like a task force, but not like a behind the scenes. They're like going to be in the public eye. The problem is one of their main people turns out to be a serial killer and a murderer. So they have to send the rest of the team to go get him. So this has been pretty good though so far. This is issue number 3. I've been liking this so far. It's pretty good. It has it definitely has its own vibe. It doesn't feel too much like a Marvel or DC book, which I like. It has kind of a 90s vibe to it. It is trying to,
it feels like the Local Man. I imagine reading that because it's in the same wheelhouse, and I love the fact that Local Man actually mentioned that by name, along with Cyberforce.
Yeah,
We got Shadowhawk at the end.
Nemesis number 1, Nemesis Rogues Gallery number 1. Excuse me. First Nemesis book reading. Well, no, because I read the other one, the one before the big game.
When you said gallery, did you think like, oh no, it's a picture book? Follow the gallery.
No, I didn't. No, I knew it wasn't going to be. No, this was good. If you love to hate this guy, you get plenty more reasons to hate him. The guy that tries to kill him, you find out like his daughter was like waiting tables or something at that big gala he shot up in his last series. Yeah. So he's a pretty despicable son of a gun. So yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that. We got Void Rivals. I got issue number 11 here. This has probably been my favorite issue of Void Rivals to date. Out of all the 11 issues so far, this has probably been my favorite one. Definitely the most action. A lot of back and forth between the two heroes and Springer. I do like the main guy, the pilot guy. He's turned out like he plays the scoundrel guy, but then in this one he like turns around. He has very heroic qualities. He's like, ever since we saw each other's face and we realized the same, there's no more two sides. It's just like all of us, all of the lives. He basically says all lives matter.
Dude.
So yeah, really enjoyable. And then the bounty hunter guy, I'm really starting to like the bounty hunter guy. He just like rises up out of the sand and grabs a ride on a tank as it's retreating. It's really cool.
It was very interesting that when Springer was talking to whatever her name is, Talia, or what's her name?
I don't know.
Salia.
I thought you knew. Something with an A or a Z.
Yeah, whatever. He's talking to her and talking about the main guy, Derek, and all. He's like, he's a coward too, and she's like, and she kind of says like almost like a hesitant, almost like she has a crush on him. She says like, he's one thing he is not. He is not a coward, and like she's
they both do that because he says something about her, and he says being brave is an understatement.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up like becoming like very close at the end.
I mean, I would be because of how it ends, but this issue ends. I mean, but
he didn't get kicked in the balls like Star-Lord, but
so yeah, good issue, best issue so far. Next up, we got Green Arrow. We're getting into big two here as we got the one DC book this week. If anybody here reads JLA from Grant Morrison, they will be pleasantly surprised to see a villain from those days make a comeback in here. Not so much. I was respectful when you were showing off your books. Seriously?
My books were about Amanda Waller being a badass.
Amanda Waller's not in this. Calm down. Calm down.
Really?
It's okay.
How much? He's asleep. How much calmer can he get?
Actually, Ollie's not even too much in this book. It's Roy and his son. I forgot his son's name. Connor. Roy and Connor and the Arrow sisters is what I'm calling them. They go after Tio Morrow, and Tomorrow Girl from the Grant Morrison JLA run shows up in here, and there's a fight with her. So, cool issue. Sean Isaac doing some good art inside. Phil Hester cover. Really good stuff.
Wait, wasn't Tomorrow Girl in the JLA first?
I thought she was like a mole.
She was in. Well, I don't know. I don't remember.
Because she was a bad guy. She wanted to. I mean, she has like superpower. Like Roy said, she tried to kill the Justice League. So
she must have turned bad.
She must have waited till tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I did get Big Burn. I don't normally go for the distillery books. I've read a handful of them. This was actually really good. I got to thank RDV for turning me onto this. I like the heist.
Wait. You gotta thank me for turning you on
to this. Finish the sentence there. No, this was good. I like heist. I like the ocean movies and Inception and heist things like that. This has the makings of a really good setup. I was kind of making fun of it the other day because I thought it sounded a lot like One More Day. It doesn't really so much, actually. There's no you're going to be separated and have amnesia and all that. It does go a little bit deeper, but it is really fun. I highly recommend it. This is basically the putting the team together part of the heist, which is really fun.
Like, wait, a Green Arrow book without the title character for the most part? I call that false advertising and a fail.
I read it. It was.
I disagree.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, Moon Knight. One of the best Moon Knight issues.
I've read issues of books that have been around for a while.
Yeah.
Where the title character isn't even in it.
Yeah. We've read Moon Knight issues that have been Tigra and Hunter's Moon, and they've been great.
And they're not as great at having Moon Knight in them.
We've read, I know there's Iron Man issues out there that don't feature Iron Man. They feature Rhodey. I mean.
Who's Iron Man?
Rhodey's not Iron Man. I'm sorry, are we saying Sam Wilson is Captain America now?
He is.
Is that the world we live in?
Well, the point is, like I said, if every issue of every comic has to have the hero in it from pillar to post,
yeah,
then just reprint the same book every month.
Exactly. We got Moon Knight, Vengeance of Moon Knight number 7.
Oh, and before I get a cleaver, that's not what I wasn't insinuating that's what Maranya meant.
Oh.
I've seen enough cleavers for 1 week. Please continue.
We're gonna be hanging up Breen.
He was only able for a little hours. He showed you his cleaver.
Which one was it, Wally or
I'll
Beeve?
show you my cleaver if you show me yours.
Wally or the Beeve or June or what was the dad's name? Was
Ward.
it Ward? Ward. Yeah, this was really cool. I like the whole jailbreak out of Asgard. I like that the Wrecker was the villain that they chose because he has the Asgardian empowered crowbar. I liked all of that, and then the reunion with Tigra and Mark was great. I liked everything about this. As far as a tie-in to Bloodhunt goes, this was really enjoyable. I really dug this.
When you read the Conchu parts, you read it in the voice actor from the show.
I honestly forgot his voice. I haven't watched.
Thank you, Maranya. I've had a tough day.
I forgot his voice.
Well, I read it as Liam Neeson because that's what it reminded me of in the show.
Liam Neeson could work. Yeah. Wait, was that a voice? Was it Liam Neeson?
I don't know if it was Liam in the show, but I mean, it sounded like to me Liam Neeson. I forget what it was.
They would never hire an Irish guy to voice an Egyptian god. Never do it.
Black people would never play gingers.
Yeah, but you see, this is the other way. You can't have a white guy appropriate a non-white anyway.
That was back in 2020. Now we can do whatever we want.
Now we're in 24. I thought this would be higher on RDV's list, honestly. I thought that this was a stellar issue. This was all the world building starting to pay off. There's like more dynamite. There's more action happening. There's the Princess Python chick. She and Direwolf kind of have a history because Direwolf, I think, trained her. And there's, what's his name? Rook is like trying to free the hogs from this evil dude that took his friend Swine's mask, and so he's controlling all the pigs. So he's trying to get the helmet back to let the pigs go. Actually felt sorry for a warthog. Like, what on earth, Jeff Johns? What are you doing to me? Yeah, the bear guy is also a really intimidating bad guy.
It was no Hakuna Matata.
There was no Hakuna Matata.
There was no Wonderful Day.
Number one book though of the week. I didn't even wait to get home to read this one. I read this one in my car in the
I was driving.
No. I was in the parking lot. I was in the parking lot. It was not in drive. This was really good though. This was dynamite. Man, if I knew that it could be all of this, I would not laugh at the hokiness of the TV show sometimes.
That's Mad Cave. That's not Dynamite.
This is Mad Cave. Mad Cave, between this and Dick Tracy, Mad Cave's doing all right. Like I said, I don't have Dick Tracy. I'm going to try to get it tomorrow.
Wait till they get Joe Corral on in the book in there.
Man, I mean, I didn't realize, too, Will Conrad, the artist, I said this Tuesday. He did a lot of books for DC and Marvel and Buffy and all them. But, yeah, really, really enjoyable. Really gives me that kind of Guardians of the Galaxy sci-fi fantasy vibe that I love. I can't wait to see more of this. I hope this gets a good, lengthy run. Please, if there's any justice in the world. I don't have back issues. I do have something pretty epic, though, that RDD will like or will appreciate, considering one of his books. I got the trade, Volume 1 of Something Epic by Sisman.
I really like Volume 1. Volume 2 is just coming kind of like here and there. So.
Is it a different person?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. That's what it looked like. When you were going through it, it looked like a girl, and I was like, that's not the little boy from... I haven't read through the whole thing yet. I've read like a part of it.
That first story arc, I really loved it. The second one is like, I got to go back and reread through all of it again because there's like, it's a new girl, she's a detective, and this like Howard the Duck character pops up at her and like...
Yeah.
And basically ask her to solve this mystery of who killed Sherlock Holmes, and it's like, and just like... And she unravels it more and more, and they find out that there's someone else behind it. And well, I can tell you, this is the guy that dropped 5 of the commandments.
I mean, this is all right. The art style, it's taking me. The art style's not bad. The art style's pretty good. When they start to add in the different characters and the different stuff, I like it so far. I haven't read close to a third of it.
It's
I don't
very
think
out of this.
It just established the boy and how his mind works and how he's able to imagine and see all the different things.
I will say this:
so
if you like Murder Falcon, this is just as emotional.
Oh, don't tell me that. I don't know if I believe that. Murder Falcon was pretty doggone. I tell you what I do like though. I thought this was really cool. This is just, I don't know what this is. Some part of me really liked this. It's like going over like the first few pages and they show him like in the womb and everything. And then they show him drawing and a drawing. And they do like the film thing, like Image Comics presents, by Simon. And it's just like leading up to like the title, Something Epic. I thought that was pretty cool.
He went on his way to make it very much like a movie, which is really cool.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm up to the point where like he's just starting to kind of introduce like all the different characters and Some of the backstories of like the anti-heroes, I don't know how much they'll factor in overall,
I
but
love the Imagination World. Basically, these are unfinished characters.
yeah, unfinished characters. It's almost like Plot
forgotten
Holes
characters.
was.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Plot Holes was, but it seems like obviously this goes for much longer than.
But George
Sean
Washington
Gordon
wasn't
Murphy.
a dick in this one.
Was that Plot Holes? That was
Plot-
Redcoat.
No, Plot Holes too. Remember Plot
Was
Holes?
he in Plot Holes?
Remember the old lady was saying that George Washington wasn't as, everybody thinks he was.
I pushed it out of my head. I try to only keep good stories up here. Don't have the RAM for otherwise. But yeah, that's all I got. That's like 3 times my comic book budget that I blew this week. And that's without Dick Tracy.
Speaking who blew his budget this week.
Yeah. All right.
What did you do?
What did you
do?
No, I think there's 10. Well, 11 if you count issue 4 of the Nexus book that I must have missed when it.
Oh, you're looking slimmer. Did E scare the crap out of you?
All right. Number 10, but that's too high for a week where I bought 10 books.
I still feel bad. I still feel bad for you.
It's a great cover.
Yeah.
Everybody from Bill Gaines to Graham Ingalls to everybody in between are spinning in their fucking graves over this affront, this insult, this whatever to the legacy that was EC. Whatever that guy told my buddy at that trade show, the guy was just full of shit. Or maybe it was just 2 far left guys agreeing with each other. Because, like I said,
or the guy has no idea what's going on in the book, so he just made up shit.
Yeah, like I said the other night, if you are enthusiastically going to vote for Kamala Harris, if you think the last 4 years in this country have been wonderful, this book is for you. If you have a functioning brain, this book is awful. The second issue is the second story in this is the most divisive story I think I've ever read in a comic book. It is Chris Condon projecting on what he wishes conservatives really were like, when basically he just described, well,
his party.
His party. Far more so that, but I don't, I'm not going to get into the political weeds.
No.
But this is, what was it Michael Jordan said? Republicans buy sneakers too?
Yeah.
Well, I know, and this is the perfect book for people that, the industry spent 10 years trying to get rid of people. This is the perfect book for that phantom audience they've been craving. EC did a post on X today, and I wanted to respond so bad. Like I said, this is not EC. It doesn't look like EC. I mean, the similarity, the cover looks like EC. That's where the similarities end. This book is garbage. You couldn't pay me to read any of the other EC titles. And like I said, unless you like, the Stephanie Phillips story was the best of the 4.
That's rough.
Because I don't remember anything about it. First story was just bad. The second one was insulting and divisive. The third one was just there. The fourth one, I'm not exactly. It was political, and it was basically vaxxers versus the unvaccinated, and we know who the bad guys were. It's like this entire book can go fuck itself.
63 of 73 people liked it on League of Comic Geeks.
63 people have less taste than me.
Yeah, there's a lot of 3 stars. There's some 4 stars, 4.5 stars.
Well, again, if you agree with the politics, you're going to like.
I know, right? Right.
But
yeah.
I don't care what your politics are. The first story was terrible. I mean, it had no nuance, no anything. It was just, we've seen it a million times and done 1,001,001 times better. Number
So
9.
this person, I'll just say real quickly, this
Yeah,
person
yeah.
gave it a one. I only liked one of the 4 stories, which is kind of sucks. First story was very boring and predictable. Second was interesting, but is a victim of anthology format since it's too short, desatisfying. Third was pretty good. Fourth was corny. Yeah, like I
Oh,
said,
that's a
yeah.
leftist.
Yep.
But I said one thing that I can even agree with the lefties on was the first story was terrible.
This guy said 2 stars or 1.5 stars. Only the third one is anything worth noting. Rest are snoozes that wish they could be old school EC.
No, I didn't get any of that. But I wonder how many of the people that are writing have actually read as much EC as I have.
I don't know, but I mean, yeah, like I said, yeah, it's not surprising.
Yeah, no, Hello Darkness.
My
Yeah, I
old
don't feel like
friend.
wasting any time. Number 8, Creature from the Black Lagoon. We talked about this. I think we all agree.
Yep.
Good, not great, not, kind of a come down from the series before for anybody that read the Dracula. Hoping for something better with whatever comes next.
Yeah. I think Frankenstein is the next one.
Number 7, I believe, is Nexus Battle for Thune World. It wrapped up. Dave was beaten. I'm sorry, Judah was completely beaten. Thought his dad Dave and Nexus were dead, and they went and rescued him. Saved the day. Blah blah blah. I liked it. I would have liked it better in comic book form because I don't like reading newspaper strips in comic book size magazines. It's tough.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get distracted because but if I said I still Steve Rude's a great creator, so I did enjoy it. Number 6, Rook. We talked about that. We both talked about this. This I thought was a very good issue.
Yep.
I said you guys know I'm not big on dystopian stuff, but
It's picking up.
This is getting better. And
I think the best thing that I think it was Zach on Tuesday described it. It was world building, and now we're getting the good stuff.
It's very Hickman-esque because Hickman will do that where he'll build up over a few issues and then it starts to fire. But
number 5, Nemesis Rogues Gallery. I like Rogues Gallery. I like it. Again, I question why this guy wasn't in a maximum security vault somewhere, given all the havoc he's caused. And again, he just if he had done that, I'm sure Nemesis just would have had guys that could break into a Fort Knox level vault to get him out of there.
Why didn't they just put a bull in his head?
For the same reason why I don't care. You guys can argue Batman shouldn't kill
Joker,
all you want, but I'd put one in Joker's head. Yes, your principles cost thousands of lives annually. Yeah, sorry, don't buy it. Number 4, Big Burn. My favorite part of the book, and there's a lot to choose from. The setup, the way the two characters met.
Yep.
Where they're both trying to rob the same bank at the same time, thinking they have the perfect plan, and they both find out that they don't. And I really like this. So I'm not big on the $9 oversized thing, but sometimes if the story is good, I mean it's since hell, so many comic books now are $5 and $6. This doesn't seem like that big of a price to pay anymore.
What's in that Legends of Tomorrow? Constantine wanted to get his soul back or bias, and they're all and basically hell was a kind of casino kind of like that too, with the souls were all in coins stuff. Yeah. So I wonder if there's any inspiration from that at all.
Number 3, Self-Help.
Ooh, got the other cover.
We talked about this. This one's the plot is really picking up as we find out that Jerry Hauser isn't his real name. We find out more of his backstory. I mean, we got an idea at the end of the first issue that he wasn't the nicest guy in the world.
No.
Now, I said, what's going to happen is this guy is going to, so you don't feel that sorry for him. He's going to pay for something that the other guy did. And I'm telling you, I don't think we've seen the last of Darren Hart either.
No.
And how his return should be very interesting. I don't know if this is a 4 or 5 issue. I'm guessing 5. They all seem to be 5 issues these days.
Yeah.
Undead, I think he was talking about Nemesis just would have gotten a liberal judge, would have given him a slap on the wrist. That's what I'm guessing he was talking about. Number 2, Dick Tracy. I said you're getting a ton of his rogues gallery. And one of the things that Chester Gould was famous for was once he killed a villain, they stayed dead. I don't know how long this series is slated to last, but I'm guessing it's going to follow the same rules. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets croaked in this, who hasn't already been. And this is fun. I really enjoying that. We get a licensed property of a character that's damn near 100 years old. The woke virus is nowhere to be found in this book, and that's wonderful.
Well, they bumped up. As I say, he got rid of shoulders, knees and toes are next.
That was good.
Is this same thing I said there? Yeah. Read this terrific book. We've already talked about it. I'd forgotten to read Space Ghost. Read that today. Terrific read. We got Johnny Quest coming. There's just, and there's another one I know that I'm forgetting about.
Defenders of the Earth.
No. Besides that, and then there's a Flash Gordon Quarterly that Venka mentioned.
Quarterly. It's by the guy who wrote Doom Patrol, Dennis Culver. And I know there's another licensed property that I'm thinking. It's in the back of the book. They show you the
no, it's not Mad Cave. It's one. Who went through Space Ghost?
Space Ghost. Popeye has one coming out next month.
No, that didn't know what Sam, but he does too.
James Bond.
No, Bond. That what? Besides, James Bond's dead to us now since it's Gail Simone time.
Right.
But who'd have thought that in a week where I got 10 books and Venkman got 18, that our 2 top books would both be from Mad Cave.
Right.
They're kind of
and
right now.
Neither one of them being because we were pretending to like Joe's book.
No, right?
By the way, Joe has a book coming out in 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh.
Kardak the Magician. It's an old Archie character.
Yeah, from Archie. Yeah.
So be on the lookout for that. Support our friend Joe.
Prodigy is coming out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, new Prodigy. I think there's a new Huck book that's supposed to be coming too. I could be wrong.
Oh, Kardak the Mystic. That's your Doma, right?
Yes.
I
only missed both names.
That's okay.
You only got him confused with Karnak, the Inhuman.
Yeah, but I really like John Campano's writing, so it's going to be good.
You also got Houses of Unholy hardcover that same week, August 14th.
But thanks to that complete asshole Mark Waid, I won't buy any DC anymore. So give me all. I'll take all the licensed properties like this that are good.
Dude,
I can get.
These next couple of weeks are really cool. You got Nightclub starting up in August 21st.
Yep.
Man. Then you got hey, look, Red Light issue 4 is coming out.
I quit that, so
Dude, that was months ago. That issue 3 was also months ago.
I didn't buy issue 3. I said I read 2 of those and said that's enough. I said then, this next week will be my last gun, honey. There's just nothing to that. I mean,
And then we have the PS art book, Prequel Classics, Ghost Comics, Softy, Volume 2 is coming out.
I gotta see if I've got that or not.
I'm still waiting for Lunar Lodge to come out, the second and third one. That's where the guy discovers that his wife is actually a werewolf. thinks that she's cheating on him. It turns out, yeah, she's actually it's through Dark Horse. That got delayed a lot.
Oh, you save yourself some grief, Eric. I'm looking at Epitaphs from the Abyss #2.
Yeah.
On the one hand, you have Matt Kent from Berserker, but then on the other hand, you have Jason Aaron writing for it.
Oh, holy crap! So that Flash Gordon Quarterly #1's come out the same week as issue 2 of Flash Gordon.
Double Flash.
Which will be first?
You know, the sad thing is that could be. Jason Aaron could write a great horror story. Matt Kent, I know, will. But again, this is the risk you run, or not, because it's what you want. When you do something that you know is polarizing to the point. Trust me, when Mark Waid posted that, he knew people were going to quit buying DC Comics. But in his mind, that was getting rid of even more of the right people. And by that, I mean the wrong people. It shouldn't be reading comics because they're evil. I'm sure that's what the people at Omni are thinking, or Oni. I said because I won't give that a shot because Chris Condon destroyed any interest I had for any of these EC titles.
It can't be right.
I hope there's somebody out there that's saying, I wasn't going to read that book, but by God, they hate the same people I do. I'm in.
This can't be right. I'm looking at Elite Comic Geeks for my pull list. Like on September 11th, you'll only be getting 4 books. There's no way that's true. Then I look at the next week. Oh yeah, it's true. Everything else is coming out the week after.
Well, I said, I mean, I thought I was only getting 1 book, but you reminded me the Sanctions coming out. So
Sanctions next week.
I think there's maybe 3 total after an 11-book week. Oh, and I also got the comic book creator Denny O'Neil issue.
Ooh.
When they took away her powers, made her agent.
It was interesting. Because you know why they turned it. You know why they changed it back?
Because people are pissed.
And Gloria Steinem was pissed.
Yeah.
Basically the most famous feminist of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked Denny O'Neil about it, and he basically said she was right when, I don't know if she was or not, but his explanation made sense. Hers was that you took the only powered female character and took away her powers, and he said, I guess he understood that, but that series is not that run is not well thought of.
And then she got really upset when he put Wonder Woman in the kitchen. She was making sandwiches for the guys.
But it's not. But it's a lot of that are by people that have never read it. Because I said, we did a retrospective on one of the arcs back when West Joe and I used to do those, and I think that's. I think it gets a bad rap.
You know what I've been discovering? There's a lot of channels talking about Wonder Woman and talking about why nobody buys Wonder Woman. And it's like he says, like people said, there's nothing really memorable that she's done. Well, there's no big storylines. Batman at least has his same with Superman. The major characters.
Wonder Woman was fairly campy, a lot longer than the other two characters. George Perez's run is very well thought of.
Yeah.
Don Burns was very good in that. Eric Luke had a nice run. I know Greg Rucka had a very good run, and all in that Wonder Woman series that lasted 226 issues. What happened? With New 52. I know there are people that like it, but even the people that like it say that's not Wonder Woman. They just like the story.
Yeah.
But now it suffers from the same. Okay. You can't give a black character any personality. You can't give a gay character any conflict. You can't give a female character anything other than girl power. And what it does is just makes them all boring.
I kind of feel like Donna Troy kind of overshadowed her towards after the 80s. After with New Teen Titans going on, a lot of people were like in Donna, and then they really started.
Donna Troy even has more memorable stories than Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
The death and return of Donna Troy is like some great storytelling. I can't think of Wonder Woman having something as iconic.
She went through a creepy relationship with a guy who's 40 years old named Terry.
That's not what. Yeah.
I think star of the show should have the big screen.
All right.
Yeah, you should be up there. Not me. I was the last one to the show. I'm not the star. Does George Clooney show up halfway through Oceans? Is he the last person that gets recruited? Wow, you guys just got to turn off your cameras. Hey, I can do that too. I can do that too. Barney.
Hey, Fred, I think we should be the
I could make a case that there was a lot. Okay, one thing DC was never big on was continuing stories. I mean, in the Silver Age, they were 99% one and dones, and that doesn't lend itself to any classic runs. Denny O'Neil, his Wonder Woman, at least had a continuing story.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you liked it or not, and it introduced like I Ching, Dr. Cyber, I think it was. I enjoyed that run. Then you had the 12 Trials, when she got her powers back, when she tried to basically convince herself that she was worthy of rejoining the Justice League. They weren't great stories, but at least it was an interesting idea. But yeah, I mean, you could argue that. And Wonder Woman had some interesting villains, but
yeah,
the audience that they've cultivated only wants to see Cheetah, and now they want to see them as lovers.
Yeah.
So that's it's like, make up your mind. Do you want to be? Do you want to be? Do good comic books, or do you want to do? Fanfic for the morbidly obese and sexually confused.
Yeah, Wonder Woman actually does have some pretty cool enemies too. I mean, she's got Giganta, she's got Dr. Poison. I don't know if it was Dr. Poison. That was in the first movie or not.
Dr. Cyber.
Dr. Psycho.
Angleman.
Angleman. Cersei.
Egg Foo.
Yeah.
They probably couldn't use him anymore, but
I know Ares was more of like a. Oh no, Ares would be like a big one. Baron Blitzkrieg, Cheetah, Maxwell. Well, Maxwell Lord only became a villain once she broke his neck. But yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. She's got like a well that you could do stuff with some of these characters. Blue Snowman. The Blue Snowman. What the what? Oh gosh. Oh, he looks like Bob Ross.
Are you kidding me? It looks more like Hyde from Destiny Show.
Blue Snowman is basically just Iron Man in a blue suit. It looks like. That's weird.
He come in here asking for links. What are you, Zelda?
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good.
Alrighty.
Yeah, no, I heard about that though. Yeah, Dan Mora is going to be drawing the first self-writing Justice League book. Like not self-drawing, self-written. Nobody's writing Justice League. Dan Mora is just doing the art for it.
Hey, Brian, did you see that Drew McIntyre hanging out with Jungle Boy?
No.
There's a photo of them hanging out.
People like, I actually did, MK. I did like the first Wonder Woman movie up until the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes or so. I thought it was really enjoyable. I liked most of Wonder Woman 1984 too. I wish it had more 80s music in it, but I liked most of that movie. I'm in the minority on that one, but that's okay.
All right. You saw him earlier today. Now you're going to see him again.
Where did we see him? Did he stream earlier today?
No, I did. Were you not on? He was at my house earlier today.
Oh.
That.
He showed up unannounced in a toga.
Toga? That would scare me.
It was quite unsettling.
I heard he got lost in a cornfield.
As I told him, next time stay on the road.
That's what happens when us Southerners come up to the north and the Midwest.
They're self-sufficient up there. They grow crops.
I may actually. There's a 50-50 chance I might be driving up to Indiana next weekend.
All right, this one's for all the ladies right here.
What are you doing? What are you going to Indiana for?
My girlfriend is going to a wedding, and I'm not going with her. I wasn't invited. There's no plus ones or anything, but she kind of has a car, but it doesn't want to drive it 12 hours to Indiana. So my car has had so many bits and pieces changed out. It's running like new. So we may just drive my car up there.
Hey, Fred, it's your favorite guy down there.
Yeah. Hey.
It's really good.
Tomorrow, I definitely have a huge unboxing. Thank you very much, Derek Breen.
All those diapers, right?
Yeah, all the diapers.
All those
I did
diapers.
by the way, I said that I was going to tell him. I see he's in the chat. So I'm following the GPS and everything, and it says 1 minute. Okay, fine. I'm going to arrive there in 1 minute. And so it tells me to turn right. And what is right across the street from Eric Breen's house, but the world's largest cemetery?
You reserved this spot across the street.
I mean, first of all, you guys do cemeteries awesome up north. But god dang, I thought all Evil Black Cat needs to do is see this, and it's over. It's just over. It was.
I mean, we got the shortest walk to the cemetery.
I said we should turn around. We should go around the block and take a picture of me in front of the entrance.
But I told you before, I was full. I wanted to take a nap.
That is pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
So I've been going through these. It's about half and half on keepers and sellers here. But I mean, as far as piles is concerned, but there's some, dude, seriously. Just freaking thank you for everything, dude.
Eric's like, you can have all the mice that were in my house. Put them in the box.
Eric's like, what did you take? What did you get when I wasn't looking?
No, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you, there is the tour he showed on the video. It just looks awesome in real life. So how was the Breen? I'm sure Dalton and Eric, Evil Black Cat would be chilling across the street. Yep.
Dude, I told you.
First thing I told Gail right away that she came. First of all, she would have loved the trip, but also she would have loved Eric's house. Dude, you have a great house. Even without the geekgasm that's spilled all over it, it is a beautiful house. And I told Gail about it, and I didn't take pictures. Me and Eric actually, we actually had a conversation. I stopped, I had that Disney Channel. I stopped looking at life through a lens. I just don't like doing that very much. I like to enjoy where I am and what I'm doing.
Yeah, so I took one picture.
Yeah.
You proved that he was up there in the nerd room.
And then he butt called me while they were hanging out.
Elizabeth needs some crackers. Some saltines.
Okay. Well, I thought I was going to hang out for a bit. I've got to get going. Duty call. Do you need them tonight? Or can I get them on the way home from the movie? Okay. All right. Hey guys, little what I guess is a bit of a medical emergency. Is that it?
She needs to sell her stomach.
Gotcha. Okay. My daughter's feeling a little queasy. Gonna go grab her some crackers to make her not feel queasy. So you guys have a great time. Please regale with a story.
It's probably the shirt. Change your shirt.
The shirt. These are the.
Do people know that you're from Florida yet?
This is the keepers. These are the sellers. There's a lot to show off. Yeah.
Just shoot me a damn DM tomorrow when you want to do it, and I'll.
What are your hours?
I can make you some hot tea.
What do you mean? You were just down there. You guys could have done it already.
I don't have anything really going on tomorrow.
Okay. Yep. I'll find out what we're doing, and I'll give you a heads up.
All right.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Jackson, I can hear cat. Nice. They can get the body there before it gets cold.
Oh,
So you saw this, you saw all that shit, right?
Yeah, I saw all that stuff.
Yeah.
Not even a dent.
I mean,
Really?
what's it like to see your floor?
Oh, I tell you what, now whenever I, when I eat, I wash the plate and put it away. I mean, I'm keeping this place perfect again. I said it because
I could see you clean up and you and the raccoon are like high five. Yeah, we got it done.
it's
It's like I can see now. Like if there's like some little mice, they're like the little Muppet rats. They're like, hooray!
And I'll tell you what, I finally got my brother-in-law to come over and seal up those the two things on the side of the house.
You know what they're saying,
And
right?
that was it.
Zach, you know what those rats are saying? Oh,
What?
great. Now we're being evicted.
Yeah, so that was
The whole neighborhood's changing. They gentrified everything.
that's the best $100 I've ever spent in my life.
Nice.
No, if it
That's
was
awesome.
if it was Joe's apartment, that'd be trustees with those. He's got those cockroaches that come out.
Ugh.
When they got because I guess he lives really close to the ocean, so they must have some flooding, so they come into the house.
Ugh.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Roaches are the worst.
Ugh. If I had a
Yeah.
roach in the house, I'd be like, well, get my matches, got my house insurance. Like, yep. But yeah, that's something though. I've been slowly cleaning out my upstairs, so I know what it's like. But I also know what it's like to fill that space back up with more comic books.
Well,
Yeah, that's the problem.
I have the one room that I've almost got back to the way it should look. I've got one poster that won't stay up no matter how much tape I use.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just gonna have to nail it to the wall and hope the wall doesn't crack up with it. But the other two rooms, I'm kind of stuck because I've got a box spring in one room. I can move that out into the hall because I can just basically put that in the window. Who cares?
Mhm.
But the other room's got a recliner and one of those tube televisions that weighs over 100 pounds. I'm thinking about just dismantling that and taking it downstairs a piece at a time. But once I can get, I'll probably end up calling like 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Oh yeah.
Just to have the three things taken out, and then I can start, putting it back together. But I've got, I mean, I'll never have it the way I want it again. I wished I'd taken pictures. I told Aaron this today. I wished I'd taken pictures when I had all three rooms, like the one I showed in my video. But I never thought that I would ever build a collection back up again, and I didn't know there was a thing called comic book YouTube at the time.
Right?
So,
Yeah. Oh, the other news is that Professor Pixel finally got his Fantastic Four book.
Hey.
Yeah, you saw my
He's
response.
like, well, at least you got it. It's not
I
some
said, this man
cornfield.
got lost in a cornfield trying to find my house. You should be glad you got it. And I can't believe no one made the Twilight Zone joke that I wished him into the cornfield.
I was just thinking, like, well, at least if he drove through the cornfield, he could at least get some, ears of corn, put in the back of his trunk, and take it home.
And my other joke was, he was just, Barbara Stanwyck in the passenger seat away from being something out of something or A Night to Remember. All that because the way he made it sound was that he was on some like country dirt road. He was actually just out on one of those, I guess, state routes that it's just like corn from miles and miles.
Yeah. When it comes to like corn, people say mention cornfield. The thing my mind go to is my uncle was so plastered. He went. It's a T road. You give up. You can go this way or that way. You don't go straight. Well, he went straight into the cornfield. Ended up in house corrections for a couple months. I thought that was. I was like, so whenever someone brings up cornfield, that's the first thing I think of. Is like, oh, that sucks. But yeah, I was trying to find. I thought did you share photos with me, or did you just share with the group? I was trying to find more of your room. I know they got the one of Aaron. I was going to show.
That was it. That's the only one I took.
That's the only one I took. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you did a couple weeks ago, but anyway.
No. I showed pictures of.
So,
That was after he cleaned it up.
No,
I think.
the card room I took pictures of.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking something else.
oh, that's
It has, like it has the all the bookcases with the binders and with the Reds posters on top of it.
Okay.
But when I get that, if and when I get progress made on those other rooms, I'll take pictures because I said it's a goal. Whether or not I ever, it's at this point, it's like that old Chevy in the garage that you're well in past generations where Dad would go out and he'd work on it and knowing it would never start, and he ended up being an excuse for the other boys from the neighborhood to come over and drink beer and look at the engine and go, yep, that's gonna be yep, and hey, got another beer, Clem.
Yeah. Well, see what you're doing. Here's here. Go put this doohickey right there, and you got a little turn, kick it, crack open a beer. That's I think every time when you guys talk about stuff like that, I was like, what? So I do have So I pulled with your permission. I got that photo from the group. I was gonna share it.
Oh, go ahead.
Look at that. Look at the wall, man. I was going through this. You guys can't see it, but if you were to zoom in on it, which I can't on an overlay, but wow. Everything you got the record sets on the top of the window there. Those are the books that usually come with records.
Yeah.
Do you have the records that come with those?
Some do, some don't.
You got Fantastic Four. You got. It looks like you got Detective Comics up there or Batman, and then
Wonder Woman's the one in the end.
Yeah, on the very right. The second one and the third one, I'm not sure if I can remember what those are. I think it's Captain America.
I think it is Captain America. And then if you look on the floor, that's a Spider-Man board game.
Dude, I saw that. That's the first thing I saw. I was like, should I grab that?
Now, when the original, what Aaron's standing in front of, used to have every Silver Age Marvel key.
Jackson Raker. What else? Yes, is that?
Apparently one without good security, because look what they let in.
Yeah, and look at AI ruined his hand. See, it's fake.
Yeah, and behind the bookshelf, you can see a tiny bit of the Bill Sienkiewicz Electra poster.
Yeah, I see that. I still like that 70 Years of Marvel thing. That's cool. And then you got the Action Comics.
Yeah, I used to get, this is long before I worked there. There used to be a lot of cool comic book posters. And a lot of cool comic book promo posters, and that's where I got
I was wondering what you do with your treasuries. You put your treasuries up on the peg hooks. You got Superman,
just some.
Ali.
That's next to
Superman, Spider-Man.
The rest of them fit. I can cram them into two. If you turn them on their sides, magazine boxes are perfect storage for them.
Yeah, that's what I do with some of mine. But I'm looking at this at first. I'm like, whoa, look, he's got they're all LED lit up. Then I realized, no, it's pegboard.
So you see the Batman next to his head?
Yeah.
That's the original of the thing you just got, the facsimile oversized.
Yeah.
That I still have mine from when I was a kid.
Wow.
It is destroyed. I read that in the first Superman, Spider-Man, and that giant superhero battles that Aaron's head's in front of.
Yeah. No.
That is, I don't have that. I don't even know which one that is. And I thought I had them all, but I must be missing one.
He is under the 70-year-old sign.
But those three treasuries I read and read and reread and reread.
And he read some more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that's seeing that makes me want to go, work in the room some more, but actually makes me want to go get those
I was curious what you're looking
shit taken out.
I wasn't looking at anything. I was putting something
You scrolled over there and you're like, whoo. Like
No, I was putting a book up.
Ah,
I do that. I roll back.
What?
I take a book.
Okay, Walmart.
Well, Zach, I see you're in pretty good shape, right?
I think so. I could be better. I actually started started Sunday. I cut out a lot of sugar. No sodas,
so surprised.
sweets.
We used to work with a guy who at some point made the decision that instead of getting up to walk to where you needed to put something away, he had a rolling chair, and he went and bought pinchers so he could reach up to shelves without having to get
Yeah,
up.
he rolls, he grabs.
No, I'm not at that point.
He's
No.
he's not with us anymore.
Ooh,
He was morbidly obese, and he went into the hospital for something and then died of something else
dang.
related to morbid obesity. Just remember that next time. Should I roll across the room or should I get up and expend those three steps?
It's not even 3 steps.
It starts
like,
small.
This is like, look, I'm like, and then I'm
See-
here.
See, now, don't you feel better from having expended the energy?
Not really, not too
Well,
much.
but yeah, you'll thank me someday.
By the way, in the if anybody here remembers the game, what's Zach wearing? It's cargo shorts and a t-shirt today. So
Just saying
yeah.
it because that's how I'm treating keeping these rooms clean now. I could leave something on a table on a couch, but it only takes a minute to put it away.
it's true. No, I do. I stay pretty active though. I haven't been able to do this the last few days because it's been raining every day. But I like to go on like a 3 or 4 mile walk just to stay active. So maybe tomorrow I'll be able to. I think the sun's supposed to come out tomorrow a little bit.
Alrighty.
You Black Cat, don't lie. I ain't. If it's chunky, it's muscle. Maybe a little bit of it might not be.
What's wrong with
Yeah,
chunky?
Jackson, I'd have to have both of them come up because I don't think I could help move the box spring. I don't think I could hold up my end of the recliner anymore because it's not that it's heavy, but it's awkward and there's nothing to grab onto.
Yeah,
Never put off to tomorrow what you can do today.
I don't think that was a JFK phrase, but I like how you tried to make it one.
I read everything JFK. It's like sometimes shit happens, and who are you gonna call?
This is funny. Chris Pratt went to go see Deadpool Wolverine. He went with his son, but he took a picture and photoshopped Hugh Jackman's face over him. He's like, Hugh Jackman's shorter than I thought he would be.
I heard
LK said it's really good. So that's gonna be my movie of the year. I'm predicting because Twisters was good.
Twisters
American
was good.
Saga.
Didn't see that one yet.
Horizon was really good.
Yeah. Want to see that one. I just need to find 3 spare hours where I can go to a theater and do it.
Somebody said that it could get to $190 here this weekend.
For gas?
No, 190 million.
Trump's gonna be in office quick.
That right?
Wow. Yeah, no. Inside Out did really good too. Inside Out did good numbers.
That was out in the beginning of the year. Yeah.
That was a summer movie. It was May.
Was it sure?
Inside Out, yeah, it's fairly recent. I think it was like late April or May or maybe even
March.
June. I don't think so.
Oh, I love this. I love the picture. Yeah, I posted the picture of the bars. It's like, Trump's at the bar. It's like she
Failed the bar.
Failed the bar. Used to work at a bar. Met guys at bar. It's just like the list.
I saw the picture from the official resignation speech, and his family was sitting in a row of 5.
The one where they're crying.
It looked like the lobby check-in at rehab.
Right
now, granted, I mean they weren't going to be sitting there, smiling. So, but Hunter looks like he's about $120 now.
Drugs will do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably scared as heck because guess what? He's now his dad's out of office.
Part of the agreement was he gets a full pardon. He's set for life. They're all set for life.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how that
Well,
works. The
Yeah,
only person that's going to not have their life improved by this is Jill, because she's an egomaniacal bitch.
Yep.
Who wanted the I said I'm not sure Joe's known where he's been the last 2 years, but she sure as fuck has known where she's been, and all that goes away now. And now she's just the wife of a doddering old man.
Mhm.
And it couldn't happen to a nicer bitch.
Doctor, a nicer doctor.
Not Dr. Bitch, my bad.
she went to medical school and become a bitch. Okay.
Funny how med school does that to some people.
Yeah, and they throw everything away. I don't know. Like I said, I'll just say this: whether you're voting for Biden, you're voting for Trump. I'll just say, if you were, most people were really happy to vote for Biden, and just look at it now.
There's a lot of voters' remorse.
There's a lot of
over
people
Biden.
who remember the Democrat. There's one thing Democrats say. It's like, we're riding with Biden, we're all the way, and the next thing you know, guess what? Biden's stepping down, and you're stuck with Kamala. I'd be pissed because it sounds like they're not even going to do a DNC convention.
You know what's interesting?
That's wild to me.
Yeah. What's the everything about the Biden administration has been a failure. But first and foremost has been the border. Everybody knows that Kamala was appointed the border czar.
Yeah, you can't say that. It doesn't exist.
Right. They're erasing that. And guess what? You can't find on Wikipedia's page of border czars. Kamala Harris.
Can't find Kamala Harris.
You know what you also can't find is her arresting people for having weed.
Oh, I know. I said that's.
But what you can find there is pictures of her on her knees.
That's gross.
I wouldn't be surprised.
The whitewashing of her character. And again, people that want to believe will believe. I truly can't see it because Do you want 4 more years of what we saw last night?
So here's this thing. I listen to Mark Belling in WISN. He's a conservative right to talk radio. He's he's the same station that they have Handy on too, as well as News Radio. And so he was telling me, it's like the fact that we've been told nonstop that Biden is in the tip-top health. He beat COVID. He's the smartest. And now he's stepping down. And they don't have the decency to tell you that he has medical issues. He's just stepping down. They keep the lie. It's like they will never admit.
Well, no, they don't have to because they control the media.
It's like,
what was it? 3 months ago, Joe was sharp as a tack, and they were trying to figure out how to get Kamala off the ticket. And now we're led to believe that it's her time. There's never been a better time in history for Kamala Harris to lead. Are you fucking kidding me?
She dropped out of the DNC back in 2020 because the fact, or not 2020, was before that.
The 2020 because she got 0 delegates.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, she would. I think
dropped
there
out
was
before
one
the primaries
person
even started.
There was one person lower in the polls than her, and that was Andrew Yang. I think he was the one guy lower in the polls than she was.
You know who's pissed? Robert Kennedy Jr.
I would be.
Well, if I were Kennedy,
oh my gosh,
if I were Kennedy, I would drop out. He's gonna stay in and play spoiler, but I'd almost rather he drop out and endorse Trump because he wouldn't endorse Biden.
Yeah.
Women voters are now no longer going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote for Kamala.
I said
there's a video guy going around saying, I was a Republican. I voted for him on my life, and now I'm gonna be voting for Kamala this time because I can't stand Vance. And I'm thinking like the guy.
It's all a rerun of 2016, though.
No, but Zach, this guy, the way he sounds, he looks and sounds looks like Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison. He's getting ready to put the lipstick on and everything and get his hit list out.
All I'm saying is in 2016, they said,
Yeah.
oh, the polls say that Trump's going to lose the vote. All the women are voting for Hillary because that's who it was. It was Hillary.
Did you
And
see?
so
Did
it's
you
all
see?
it's all just like I feel like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. It's like, hey,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen this one.
Netanyahu came in and condemned all the with Hamas and all this stuff, and talking about that pro-Palestine. Like he made fun of like the queers for Palestine. He's like, well, it's like having KFC or chickens for KFC. That's what
Right.
he said. I was
Right.
laughing when he said that. And Kamala just yesterday badmouthed them, and guess where she was today? Hanging out with Netanyahu because Netanyahu came. They had to have a meeting together, and like it's the
Saw
most
that.
awkwardness.
Yeah, I bet.
I was like,
I
man,
bet.
you trash somebody, and you're like, then you forget that you have to meet them.
How much nervous laughing do you think she was doing?
She has a problem because she is pro-Israel, but her party isn't.
Her
They
party
really
is
aren't
not.
anymore.
I mean, shoot, do you see what they're doing outside the White House right now?
So
Spray painting the Liberty, not the Liberty
if
Bell.
they know
Freedom
they're
Bell?
gonna lose,
Freedom
and if Joe decides he's dropping out, doesn't mean Joe can't. If Joe's
Joe
gonna
is
lose, do you think here's my tinfoil hat thing to put on here? Joe drops out, so he doesn't lose the election. So they're gonna put her in there, and that way she loses the election towards Trump. Trump does his 4 years. They put Joe back in.
Joe will be dead in 4 years, but
You think?
probably.
yeah, God,
It's weekend at
Unless
it's
they
weekend at
clone him.
Biden's. It's been weekend at Biden's for the past 4 years. Like I don't know. It's like I don't know who they. I mean, they're really gonna push Kamala Harris without. And they said one that's a fu to anybody who's a Democratic, or.
It's an F you to anybody who's a
here's
woman.
the-
Can you imagine the first female president? And it's Kamala Harris. That's worse than Hillary Clinton being the first female.
Okay,
president.
Kamala
All
Harris
right.
is the most liberal. She was the most liberal member of the Senate.
All right, guys.
She's what?
I gotta warn you. You just can't quit this guy today.
He's back. Oh my gosh, he's back.
Yeah. I grabbed what I needed to for the daughter. Got about 20, 25
You're
minutes
good.
left, so
You're a good dad.
I try to be.
You were speeding down to the Dollar General. Or I don't know. They don't have Dollar Generals in Indiana, do they?
Yeah,
Not-
yeah, there
not
are.
anymore.
Oh,
But they're
Not anymore.
not open this late. I went to the gas station. They didn't have
10
they
o'clock.
didn't have the proper cracker, so I got her pretzels.
Here's a
Don't work.
cracker. Here's some salt. Put it on yourself.
Mm. But yep, dude. Seriously, some of these books. I'm like, holy shiitake mushrooms, dude. You did, however, you filled out my Batman, I think, on the showcase.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Legion that I saw are two of the ones that I have, but those just going to go into the cell case. But yeah, I've been looking through, and a lot of cool stuff here, guys. A lot of cool stuff.
A lot of stuff you couldn't afford normally because it's usually really expensive.
Yeah. Oh well, a lot of these books are now these the phone books have become expensive. They're collector's items. Seriously.
So I mean, remember, there's a lot of Marvel DC you weren't buying because they're just so expensive per issue.
Yeah, no kidding.
So if you got a bunch of those, or did you get all trades?
No, there's some comics here as well.
Flop.
And there's he put in a couple of big dogs.
Ooh.
So yeah, there's some good stuff in here. So
Nice.
yeah, and some of it is I don't know if it's keeper or not, but it's awesome. Yeah.
Well, he can tell you what the prices are on those things, the value before you put them up.
Right, but no, there's some decent things in here. If you're an anime fan, I'm actually surprised to find manga in there.
I know about that one.
I didn't
It's a
think you were a
vampire.
manga person.
I imagine it's probably from your nephew or niece.
Probably. I don't take Breen.
No, I
Google reader.
No, I read the first three. So I talked about. And I picked up the first three and read them. I used to have hundreds of mangas. I have one shelf left. There was the room off to the side.
Who are you?
Her TV's face.
The last shelf was loaded with Mog, and I actually still have the 15 volumes of Battle Royal.
Kids, I used to be hip and cool. I had manga. Now I'm old. All those books are younger than Breen.
Oof.
Also, these aren't the ones that came from Breen. Yeah. These are the ones I bought last week for the collection. Tomorrow we're going to do a huge unboxing show. There's so much here. I've got to clear out an area so Gail doesn't Godzilla all over these things. And it sounds like I'm being cruel to my wife. I'm just being accurate.
Just lock the door. Put a padlock on.
One time we were playing a game called Hero Clicks. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, like a dice rolly thing, but you have little figures, Marble and DC.
Yeah, little figurines.
Yeah. So we had a map set out. Me and my daughters were playing, and I knew Gail was going to get up next morning. We were in the middle of the living room, so I pulled it all the way over to the side by the window. I don't know how she did it, but she still managed to walk all over everything. My wife can be a little bit clumsy at times.
Or she knew it was there and she's like, screw those kids.
Yeah, screw this.
Those comics.
Fun. Yeah.
It's around the window. I got to open the drape.
Yeah, but they were destroyed. But,
those are foot, man. Those things are sharp.
Yeah.
Look, it comes with free blood.
Free blood.
I never read that story.
Free red paint.
Dude, now I know we have a big show tomorrow, but I opened one box and immediately went, honestly, Eric, I am so grateful for this because I was planning on whenever I got ahead, I was planning on buying these. It's missing one volume, but still, holy shit. Seriously?
Yeah,
he's got six of those.
Yeah, the second volume, a friend of mine gave me those three because he bought the omnibus.
Mm-hmm.
I have all of the issues, and number 2 was overpriced, and so I figured, if I care enough at some point, I'll get the omnibus. But
yeah, is it one of those things? Jack Kirby Fourth World is like $200. I hate it when that happens. Like the Legion of Superheroes omnibus is like that. So it's like, hey, you can get one, you can get 3, but issue number 2, that one is $500.
It's not, and it shouldn't be because they are available in other formats.
Mm-hmm.
But people collect those. I found that out I sold the first printing of the Epic collection of Amazing Spider-Man with the death of Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
I got $185 for it after the second printing had been announced. But somebody wanted the first printing, so they paid $185, which is about $100 more than I paid for the omnibus that I replaced it with.
Okay, well, it's $62.
Nice.
That's not too bad. That is not too bad. That is doable.
Well, I had 3 milk crates of shelves in the main room, and I wanted to get that out of there. That's why all the New 52 trades went to you. The Kirby's went to you because I didn't want to find shelf space for it. I don't have shelf space for them. Without those crates, and I'm using the crates for something different. And I said, they went to a good home.
Oh,
yeah. They definitely will be cherished. That's for damn sure. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, holy crap. So I've basically went through the trades. I haven't gone through the comics yet. I've got one more box of these. It's gonna be, and I got to order some bag and backing boards. So fun times. But that is, I'm very grateful on this. Thank you very much. I can't wait to do it. I love doing the unboxings and such. So, yeah. All right.
When we were kids, we used to get out our baseball cards and we would, put them down, and we'd go, got, don't got,
Mhm.
got. I'm going to do that during the unboxing. I'm just going to say, don't got every time you show something.
You need to get like an auctioneer's paddle. One side says "Got it," the other side
no,
says
mine-
"I have
mine-
it," but this is a different side.
I got the Rashida Tlaib war criminal. Yeah, paddle.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the other side. You say it should still say "Got it," but I wanted to change sides.
There's some of these I do not have, some of these I do have, and so it's very, very happy with this. Thank you very much. Yeah, and the Sinister, what was that? The
Sinister House of Secret Love.
Yes, that was down there, Ghosts, and that is a lot of fun. I haven't looked through RDV's box.
Well, I heard he put onions in there so you go away from it.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was
It's like garlic.
Yeah. Just to keep it all even. Actually, I did mention that. I said, do I even want to look in his box and see what's going on? Whoops, that went too far back.
Yeah, I wish there was a. Yeah, if you didn't live so far away, I'd say bring the boxes back because I want to use those out in the garage. But
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, that was a bit of a drive to return boxes.
yeah,
Good night, Jackson Roy Kirk.
Have a good one, man. Take care.
Good night, Jackson.
Yeah, I'm out in about 20 minutes, so I could go see the Deadpool movie.
Are you going to see it tonight?
Yep. Got a
Nice.
midnight ticket.
Going Saturday
I
morning.
thought, you know what would be? Do you know what would be really good? Let me drive for 5 hours, and actually ended up being 6, and then come home and I'll rush right out to the movies.
got it.
You're getting your body ready to sit
long-
there and not fall asleep.
knowing, I'm assuming you didn't get wished in any cornfields on the way back. How long did it take you to get back?
Probably actually a little less than the 2.5 hours that it said. I probably got here in about 2, maybe.
That's good.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that happens. It always takes you longer to get there than come back.
Mhm.
I don't know what that is. Hey, what's up?
going on?
Oh yeah, by the way, everybody who's jumping in from I Love Comics, this is the Geeky Puppet Show. Please subscribe and
Or just come over and watch our channel.
yeah, or
come
come
over
over
here.
and watch the channel. Yeah, ditch I Love Comics. Come on over and watch the channel on Geeky Puppet Show. Leave the link. Put the link in.
But I do have to give you credit for one thing. Once you got into the area, you found my house on the first try. I've had fucking pizza delivery that couldn't find my
I
house.
can't put the link into my thing. It only goes to my stream, my YouTube stuff. That's where I'm
Okay.
streaming to.
Is there a? Let me see.
Literally, you could go through.
Okay, hold on. I can put the link in.
Yeah.
It's no problem. And I love deeper, and I. Okay. Here we
Yeah.
go.
So I, what you're doing is, if you're a guest, if you own your own channel, you can join that way and comment there. I can't do it with the Geeky Puppet Show because I'm a manager. I'm not the channel owner, so I can't.
Oh,
go
okay.
in. Yeah. If I want to stream, it'd be under my comic book frog thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually why I'm doing so. Say, hey, come on over to Geeky Puppet Show and
Link for the lazy in disguise. How do you not know what the Geeky Puppet Show URL is? It's just Geeky Puppet Show. It's one freaking word, bro.
Jack Russell.
We make it easy for you. Our what we call the Geeky Puppet Show. That's our URL.
Hulk. What is
Yeah,
this?
I had to yell at Rob because Rob is like, why don't you have Extreme Movie Show as the freaking URL for your YouTube channel? It was Rob Media Productions. I was like, dude, no wonder people can't find it. It's like we finally changed it over. I was like, oh man, yeah, we've been getting a lot of views over there. We're almost at 1,000 watch time. Just need 2,000 more hours to go over watch time to be monetized.
You need 4,000. You need 4,000 watch time minutes, and 1,000 subs.
I was looking at it. It's actually the 3,000.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Because you got grandfathered in. I guess.
Oh, really? That channel's old enough? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Because I was looking, I was like, wait, it's like it's only at 1,000, and it says you need 3,000. Because I think even mine says that.
I have. What do I have? I've got book 1 and 2. Oh, hey. Okay.
Mine says you need 3,000 watch
3 and 4.
hours. Like for mine,
That just completed Captain America.
this channel
Very
here,
nice.
we need 3,000 watch time, which I'm already 3,000 hours, but I also need 1,000 subs. He's the same way, so I don't know when they changed it. What is a geeky puppet? If
The
you
worst
should go-
kind of puppet. Actually, you know what? I haven't seen a geeky puppet in forever.
I know. Have y'all done the geeky
Well,
puppets?
if you watch the Moon
Nope.
Knight issue 13, we had a puppet came out. You were actually on the channel in that video. So it was Trusty. It was Daredevil versus.
That was so long ago, though, dude. That was like last year, it feels like.
That's like 2 years ago.
This whole channel is false advertising. We keep saying it's the Geeky Puppet Show, and there's no puppets.
You
There's
took away the
puppets out there.
puppets.
The only
You
puppets
know
are
how
the
it is
humans.
to how you know what it is to run a comp or just run the stream, also run the book, also hold my hand up with a freaking puppet. It gets.
Don't want
you
your
over-
excuses.
So
I
I'll say
want
this:
results.
if I'm running it, you know who should be Pixel? Should have his puppet out. He doesn't put.
Yeah, but Pixel's not. Pixel doesn't do the comic book stuff.
He does.
Save that. That's Governor of Puppets.
Oh, excuse me.
Right.
Governor of Puppets, Dave.
Ghost Rider 1 and 2, Marvel Spotlight 12 to 24, Son of
8.
Satan 1 through 8, Marvel 2 and 114, Marvel Team Up 32, 80 through 81, Marvel Tales, Vampire
Okay.
Tales 2 and 3.
I was wondering how I bumped up to 17 views. I was like, then I realized it's conjoined.
They censor our language here, Dave. There are words they won't let us say.
Actually, that is kind of true. YouTube will dox your channel if
Not
you
for
say something.
not for saying master.
Master. No.
Dare you?
yeah.
I heard again.
But they will for certain words. Yeah, they'll hit you.
For
They
certain
will.
words, yeah, but master is not a slur last time I checked. Hey, what's up, one skip dude? I mean, one
These are
slick
awesome.
dude. Ooh. That's
But
cool.
I like the Super Friends. That is awesome too.
Bring back the other one.
There you go.
treats.
Yeah. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I like the digest size things.
I need one digest from the 2 major series. One of the funny animals, and I can't find it even on eBay.
Wow.
And I think I
Zucker?
need one of no. It's not a Captain Carrot, but it's like from their. They used to have funny animal books in the 50s. It reprints stuff from those.
Gotcha.
And I think I need one of the Jonah Hexes still.
What's up, one slick?
I have no idea what this is.
Those are
I
actually,
know about. I've seen this one.
those are fun. It's Adam
Okay,
Warren, who's pretty well known for doing that kind of stuff. The girl's in a super team. She's pretty useless, and her obviously she's got the banging body, and her costume always gets ripped, and that's her power source is the costume.
That's a power girl.
Yeah, this is very much a.
But it's
it's
they're
not.
fun.
It's
They're-
not X-rated. It's
No,
but
no,
it's,
no.
no.
It's
Well,
it's
check the
it's-
pages.
It's
stuck together?
cheesecake for all. It's all ages cheesecake. If
That's
that
the
makes any
best kind-
sense.
That's the best kind of cheesecake.
Yep.
No, the best cheesecake is the one you get for free.
There you go.
The this is the only cheesecake I like.
Common America cheesecake is the best cheesecake.
It's just a little bit of a argument with everybody I mentioned to. I don't like cheesecake.
Hey, Dalton.
Not. Yeah. What's up, Dalton?
That's
Dalton
what
says
we
he
do,
thought we were doing Doctor Strange covers.
I did not know where was today his birthday. I thought he was busy today.
I can't remember.
That's what I heard. That's why I didn't mention. Plus, I went out all the way over. We could do Doctor Strange tomorrow for your birthday. I am okay with that. But I actually heard that you were busy, and also and this is the main reason. I drove 6 hours today to and from Eric's house, and I was just tired. yeah, I jumped on their stream because I have no responsibility, and I'm about to leave in about 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, but absolutely, they are on the dock, and we can do them mañana.
Oh, speaking of Power Girl, I read the new issue of Power Girl where she goes on a date.
Happy birthday, Dalton.
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
happy 50th birthday.
I'm sure it's not that old.
Happy.
Do you think Dalton was ever young? Honestly, I think he was young once upon a time in the 1700s, and whatever vampire turned him.
I don't think he has an age. I think he's like a cosmic being.
Yeah, he's like Shade from Starman. He's Dalton. Dalton is eternal. That is something I think a long time ago.
The eternal Mortimer.
Yeah.
He's an eternal? Oh no. As long as he's not an inhuman.
I like that. The eternal Mortimer. There are some books I got to say I would not think this was an Eric book.
I didn't know Eric had manga until 10 minutes ago.
So I heard this was good, but it is Brian Michael Bendis. So
yeah,
it could be worse.
Yeah, the one short box had some stuff that that I over the years, I mean, I didn't work at a comic shop, but I was good friends with everybody there, and like I said, one of those books was inked by a friend, a girl that worked at the store. So I bought that to support her, but haven't seen her in 15 years, so I'd see.
You don't feel the attachment.
Not at all.
Two things.
Wait, is that Kevin Smith, Green Hornet?
In Disguise, LK of all people saw this movie and he loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Giants.
That's a good thing. And Delta says biologically 29, temporarily about 500 or so.
Temporally. This is the Kevin Smith.
Ah, nice.
And again, in my defense, is now he can attest. There's a lot of shit fighting for shelf space and state.
There is a lot of stuff. Holy Toledo! And I'll tell you what, he shows off in his. He shows off the room tour and everything. Go over to Eric's channel. He does have a house tour where you can see a lot of his stuff. But the thing is you're seeing what he's showing you. And it's one thing to go, okay, on this wall we have this, and on this wall we have that. It's another to stand in a room that if it had an open sign on the window, it's the biggest comic shop wherever he is. It's literally that way, standing and looking around Eric's house.
LK qualifies as a normal person. I'm just saying LK is a bit harsher on movies than
very
me and
harsh.
he is.
Yeah,
he is like Ash level critical.
Yeah, so
maybe even worse in some ways, or not worse.
He's our residential black
curmudgeon.
Yes.
Yeah, Life Sucks. That's I guess if people are reading Millar's Night People or whatever that vampire book is,
Nightclub,
the Nightclub, yeah.
Nightclub is great.
Was
I would say I recommend reading the Magic Order as well.
Magic Order was good.
Wow.
Well, I'm just saying that book, Life Sucks, that was about a slacker vampire that hangs out in a diner, something like that. But
diner. Ooh.
This is the Batman manga.
Is that the one where he's taken as a child and adopted?
No. It was the first one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I don't think Eric. These are all from Eric, right?
Man, I don't know what manga was Eric reading when he had a whole shelf of manga. I don't know what the guy reads anymore. My world was turned on its side just now.
So he used to read
a
One
couple
Piece.
that I remember. I mean, I read everything from Chibi Vampire to Initial D to Battle Royale. I kind of stayed away from the monsters one, like Fruits Baskets and One Piece and things like that. But I would dabble in the horror manga also.
Okay.
I would laugh.
I could see that.
Like Tomy and
I could see that. the horror manga.
That's a
nice.
great book, American Vampire.
Donny
you know,
Cates.
you know what really just like blows Zach's mind
What was
is
that?
if Eric turns on his camera and he's got the One Piece outfit. He's got
He
the
would
hat and
never.
everything.
He
He's
would
like,
never. He
I
would never.
I pulled those this morning
Oh, wow.
because
Nice.
I was going to get rid of my irredeemables. Yeah, because this was before I turned on Mark Wade, and I got
so,
maybe someday. So I put
So-
them on the shelf and took American Vampire out.
yay, what's up, okay? I told you if you say his
How's it
name a
going?
couple times, he'll show up.
He's Beetlejuice.
No, so the American Vampires will be available through the DC Compact books, the trades
Interesting.
for like $10.
Or at the auction.
With the full size, yes, the longer this. They're just only doing like the first like
Miracle
6,
Man!
the first 12, I think. Can't remember what it was. It's a really long series, and honestly, that's one of the few Scott Snyder books that I read. He actually sticks to landing.
This is
That's-
another one. I'm like,
No. He's
What
trying to
the
keep-
honest hell, dude? Seriously.
Wow.
that's great. Hold on. Okay, they moved too fast. We are actually on the Geeky Puppet Show. He's just streaming.
I'm just doing this. I don't know if this is actually going to survive on I Love Comics. The stream. What this is for is if you're on I Love Comics, drop that. Come on over to Geeky Puppet Show. I'm trying to give them a boost. You know. There you go.
Nice.
Ron,
He's a
are you
nice-
talking
nice
about the
man.
one where he's in the diaper and the helmet? Is that the one? That's you?
I
Didn't
think
know
that's
that
what
was-
that was the only Iron Man I think he was
Yeah, I guess it
showing.
is.
Well, I sent
Yeah.
that. I sent the hardcover to her.
Well, the good thing is that you're giving yourself. I don't know if you can monetize this because the fact that you're branching off of my live stream.
I don't know. I'm not trying to. I'm literally just trying to get.
I don't know about the technical stuff like that. But being like,
I'm really just
But
trying to get eyeballs on your channel.
The good thing about this though is when people broadcast their own channels, yeah, it does share all the channels, but it also helps people get watch time that need the watch time if they're attached to a
that's
bigger
good.
channel.
Yeah.
Ours.
Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, that was the whole point of doing this. Is
Well, yeah, you should have done a long box.
well, I'll tell you what. We'll for the unboxing tomorrow. We'll start it on your channel. I'll hook it up and
Go ahead, yeah, and put on the long box. There you go.
that'll help. Yeah.
People are
Oh my
like-
gosh, dude, I'm just showing off a little bit of it. We're going to talk about everything that has been seen.
Absolutely.
I've got,
bonkers.
Even with the half price books rated it.
I've already got two. I've also got two short boxes full of comics. Dude, yeah, you sent another.
Dude,
I that's God, that goes back a ways because I said I will send you some books. I said you can either auction them off or keep them for yourself, and those have been sitting in that box for I don't know how long.
Yeah. But yeah, there's two short boxes worth of comics to look at.
Dennis, what's up?
There's a lot of stuff. This is I'm going to do my best. There are some with like what is it, Books a Million or something like that. I'm going to try to get rid of the stickers, but mostly I'm going to spend a lot of time pricing the ones I'm selling, and then really doing some deep, dark soul diving to see if the ones I put in the keep pile truly need to be kept, or
they're all announcing they're all announcing their rivals. We only had one person announce his departure. That was who was that earlier? Ray Kirk.
yeah,
Ray Kirk said I'm
Trying
out.
at the airport on these live streams,
Oh,
the damn near the entire set there of the Mike Grills, Eric.
Yeah, I found the entire Grell run in comic form,
Yeah,
and the two sets of shelves on the right side of the television, the album crates. I wanted everything I had to be able to fit in that of those kind of things. So when I moved stuff around, I needed to cull a little bit, and so I figured, well, I've got the comics. So I'll just send you the trades.
Iron Man was on, or they put that Iron Man trade. Marani was saying it's like I need to replace that one of Iron Man.
I thought I did. Now, here's the thing. It could actually be in a box I put together, but it's in the move. It's in our storage. Or yeah, I'll send this one. I don't care. Yeah. If I didn't send it along, yeah, there we go. I'll tell you what, I think Deadpool and Wolverine's going to kick all sorts of ass at the box office.
I heard it could do 190 this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. I think
And
it's going to break.
then wait, Captain America 5 is just going to bomb, or 4, whatever it is.
People are gonna be like, "What happened?
It's
Where'd
not
all the
gonna-
superhero people go?"
So I haven't been through all of the comics yet. I've just thumbed through. There are some good ones.
I wonder if Joker 2 will bomb, because it's not like people want Margaret Robbie.
No, I do not want that to bomb. I don't want any comic book movie to bomb.
I'm not saying I wanted to. I'm just wondering if it probably will.
I don't think
think so.
Bomb.
I don't think so.
I don't think it'll do as well as the first one did.
Is that, to me, that's the quintessential Super Dickory cover.
What is she doing?
Oh, the one that he comes in. He's I'll tell you why I'll never marry you, Lana, or you, Lois, who wants a wife so stupid she doesn't realize I'm Superman when I take off my Clark Kent glasses.
That's it.
I can see why you got that.
Yeah. All right, guys, I got to get going so I could go see this movie. You kids have fun. Tomorrow, I'll give you a heads up. Gail's got tomorrow off, and we might do something. I don't know what.
Hey, I'm good either way. I've seen this movie that we're going to tomorrow.
Right.
But
what I'm saying is it might be earlier, it might be later. I know you guys have your readings, so it might. I'll try to get it early as possible, so it doesn't disturb or anything like that, or we'll be competing. Either way, you guys have a great day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow with a partial review. Yeah, have a good one. See you.
See ya
later.
Bye.
Okay, the context is Aaron came down to my house today and picked up 5 decent sized boxes of trades and a couple short boxes of trades and comics. And he said, he wants to do an unboxing. And so I said, I've seen the movie because, well, they were mine.
You know the great thing is? We're still streaming the Isle of Comics even though he left. I don't think he knows that. Because I was looking like, we're still at 19. Like, there's no way we're 19. That's combined. I was like, so when you like join a live stream and then you connect, they'll say like you join the chat and you want to StreamYard, like, and it's or if you want to broadcast it during, so it's still going on live on his. So it's like whatever we do could affect his. But if you're watching this, I love comics. You should be going over to the Geeky Puppet Show, the better channel. Subscribe in there where we do readings. We talk about comic books, and then and then we basically just have fun.
I told I said I kind of feel bad, because the stuff I'm sending you, some of it's been sitting there for so damn long that your tastes have changed since I started that box.
What's up, Dark Man? I know March Hair. That's right. On Geeky Puppet Show, we say hello to the people in the chat. We click your name. We show your comments here. What is up, Manny? Great artist, great writer. Good. I need a Skunk Girl, bro. I need the next book. I need it. I know. Hopefully this next year will be the year that we get the Skunk Girl series going out. Get the economy going. Get some more good Kickstarter books coming out. But wow. I've never seen this many people watching us.
And
who knew all we had to do was hijack I Love Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Man. But if you guys ever done so, come to Geeky Puppet Show. We're showing off a lot of books we got this week. Eric got a lot of books. We got 10 books, Eric?
10 plus that comic book creator.
I think I got 3 Marvel books, but on top of that, I got like 15 indie books. I don't know. I guess I might be done with DC. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, Green Lantern I might stick around for. Superman, not really looking forward to as much as, But then again,
Josh Williamson and Dan Mora, you're not looking forward to?
Yeah, but it's Yeah, but there's those two awful words, Mark and Wade.
Oh, you see, I just blocked his words out of my mind. And to my knowledge, Justice League is going to write itself. It's going to be like AI generated.
The only thing that I might dip my toes back over DC is Torrin Grunbeck writing Catwoman.
I'm interested in that. That
Uh,
intrigues me.
The last time I read a good Catwoman story, I mean, I love the original '90s run going through with Chuck Dixon and all that stuff, and Joe Duffy. But Ram V was really good on that.
I
Even
don't
Joel
think
Jones. Even
I
Joel Jones.
don't even
beginning.
think I don't think I read the Ram V stuff. I think I read the 2 issues that Blake Northcott did. And then
So-
Blake Northcott just like fell off the face of the earth.
I would go over. Well, Zach, he can't see you because he's on the other chat. He's in.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Good Dog Press. I was saying hello to you.
Yeah.
For some reason, StreamYard won't put my message over there.
No, that's what the little chain link means. It means they're on another channel.
I see.
They're separating. They're
Good
segregating
night,
the chat.
Eloise.
No,
I'm not
it's
going to
not-
try saying hello or goodbye. I'm just going to say it vocally.
See, I told you everybody's announcing the departures and their rivals.
I know.
What is this, an airport?
I know.
Well,
Now, Bahrain.
please pick up the courtesy telephone.
No, I said I'm not gonna. I won't try. I won't try to tell anybody not to buy DC because of that prick.
No.
That's up to the individual. I said, Wes is still reading everything at DC not written by Mark Waid. Aaron is basically quit comics altogether. He's so pissed at what's happened in the last month. I mean, with
I think that guy
Yeah.
needs to take blood pressure medicine sometimes.
with that guy. Oh, okay. I do. Is that the one that's got that story in? Okay, I'll try to find that because I know I do have that in my personal collection, but Sensational Spider-Man Marvel Treasury 27. Let me check something. I've got a couple.
Yeah.
So-
So if you're gonna read the Catwoman, go through starting with from Joe Duffy,
Right,
going through Chuck Dixon.
Mhm.
Then you can, I believe Gail Simone took over for a little bit. I think,
Sounds right.
or something like that.
Yeah.
And then after Brubaker and all that stuff, you can just kind of
Brubaker
right
did,
there. Skip, go to Joella Jones when she takes over, like in 2000 Rebirth.
Yeah.
Joel, and then it goes in the Ram V, and then skip Teeny Howard. Go to
Of course. Of course you'd skip. Why wouldn't you skip Teeny Howard?
Like I said, it's been fun. I normally didn't read DC. It was I love comics and Eric Breen around there, and they're like they're the Monday night we've got issues. That's what got me back in the comic books. I had quit cold turkey, bro. I was out of it. I was out of the game, and then I saw Josh Williamson was on Flash. I had no idea who this was, but I started reading it, and I was like, this is actually pretty
Great
good.
run. Great
You know,
run. I don't even like Barry. It's a
And
great
then
run.
here comes Kevin McGuire or whatever his name is. I was like, who the heck is this guy? I had no idea who it was at the time because I wasn't really into DC comics. I read Marvel. I'm like, oh, that's a kind of cool kind of thing. Oh, actually, it wasn't Kevin McGuire. It was Kevin McGinnis or something like that. Whatever. Then Jeremy Adams comes on and he writes an Element story. I'm like, Element Man, whatever. I was like, what the heck is this? It's like, and then I was like, dude, Jeremy Adams just kicked ass on the Flash. That was just like great. If you're a Wally West fan, it's been a while since I've read great Wally West Flash books. Some people like Barry more than they like Wally. You're wrong.
They're
It's
wrong.
okay,
They're wrong.
and it's
It's okay. You're allowed to be.
Barry
We
went
won't make
out.
fun of you.
Barry went out as the best Flash at the time. No, he went out. I give him.
Yes.
He had a proper ending. But they brought him back because they didn't like the fact that Wally, a ginger, was the Flash. So they had to replace him with that guy. But yeah, there's a lot of cool books coming out. Like we were talking about Dick Tracy's out.
Dick Tracy, Flash Gordon,
Yup. Wow. He's also Flash Gordon Quarterly coming out in the next 2 weeks.
Transformer, all the Energon verse stuff is.
What is the other
good.
one? Defenders of the Earth.
Yeah.
Which you get a preview in the back of the Flash Gordon book,
Yep.
which was actually really good, and I thought that was kind of cool. And it's who's it? Alex DeCampi, right? No, who not Alex DeCampi? Who's the guy who's running the Defenders? Is it Joe
Writing what?
Defenders of the Defenders of the Earth?
Is that Alex Segura?
I don't think it's
that
that.
can't be it.
I forgot who it was. I have to look it up again. But I mean, like,
Hang on.
the best two books that came out this week, for me was from Massive. That was
Matt
Dick
Cave.
Tracy. Yeah.
Matt Cave.
Sorry, Mad Cave. Wasn't Massive? They're
Massive is doing the Popeye comic.
oh, that's right. Yeah, that's Massive. Yeah,
That's not the book. Liar. Sorry, I'm trying to find the Defenders of the Earth number
is the
1.
stream ending? We've gone for almost 3 hours. We've been here for a while. I mean, Dan
Didio. Dan Didio.
Yeah. I'm really sticking around for a while. I mean, everybody's just, wants the live stream.
Who wants to hear about the new Justice League comic? Nobody, probably. They did some of the San Diego.
Tom Tiller, right?
No, the one that's being written by itself, and Dan Moore is doing the art for.
They're using ChatGPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT. Mark Waid will just be using ChatGPT. That'll be my justification for. No, the Justice League lineup is the Trinity. It's Flash, Captain Atom, who hasn't been in anything in a hot minute, Martian Manhunter, Black Lightning, and Star Sapphire. It's a pretty interesting lineup. And they're bringing back the Watchtower satellite, which is pretty cool, I think. But yeah, they talked about that. They talked about some of the Absolute stuff. The Absolute stuff, some of it sounds really weird. I think a lot of the Black Pill people are going to be really against Absolute Batman because Bruce Wayne's not going to be a millionaire.
Oh,
Alfred's not going to be a butler.
So speaking of San Diego Comic-Con, Jimmy Palmiotti, he's at a hotel, and he's like, "Look at these prices, $20 for this." Is like, one, you're in California.
It's in California. Yeah, and you're in San Diego. San Diego's. He might have been that nice for a reason. It's pricey. Yeah.
I would say he might be in a really nice 5-star hotel for all we know too. They always jack the prices up.
Well, I mean, San Diego. Unless, I mean, if you're within a walking distance of the bay, of the water, you're paying for a lot.
Eloise, I want to talk about the good days of stomach reading. I know it's autocorrect.
What's stomach?
I have 4 words for Jimmy Palmiotti.
He's in
you voted for this.
Man.
Well, that's true.
I mean, if it's it's bad everywhere, you can only imagine what it's like in California.
Well, my process of the people who are also like, is this like false, like being shocked, or they're just bringing it up because they're trying to make it sound like they're appalled at this.
It's called they never had proper civics lessons in high school.
No,
well, we don't have Hondas at high school.
I mean, it's not like I went through my collection and got rid of everything he ever wrote. It's just at this point, I'm not going to financially support that prick. And when it was just him saying that it was bad enough when he said he'd rather let the industry burn than work with people he didn't agree with politically, that made me not not read him anymore. His post-Trump assassination attempt tweets pushed me out of DC altogether because if DC had any standards and practices, even if they agree with him, you're running a fucking business, and letting him basically just give a giant middle finger to half the country after a man had died and a presidential candidate came within a millisecond of dying. And fuck DC.
All right, and since people are already here, I'll quickly go over my books that I actually got today. So for those who missed it the first hour or so, I'm just going to go real quickly. The Addiction. Okay, book. Followed by Creature of the Black Lagoon Lives. Final issue. Okay. Not the best. Something Epic. Final issue of this story arc. It was all right. Really great art. Story's kind of weak. Needs a synopsis at the very beginning because you forget what's going on. Then you got Ultimate Black Panther. Interesting story. Got some decent art. It's okay story. Not the best. Resident Alien 2 of 4. For those who are a fan of the comic book series, this is basically the pregnancy and giving birth to Harry's child, and with what's her name, Astra. And then we have Venom, Separation Anxiety, fun book with a Ghost, Kingpin, and then and then the Purple Man. Local Man, fantastic issue. I never thought I'd say it again about Tim Seeley, but it's really good.
What's
20
up,
weeks.
Summoner?
It's up. Alrighty. Here comes your third viewer. Well, that's because we're all on a Geeky Puppet Show. We should be. That's where we're streaming here originally. Nemesis comes out this week too. Good start for the new story arc. Expect a lot of bloodshed.
Blood everywhere.
Final issue of this, Tom Waltz's basically vampire book with Vampire Wolverine. Very fun issue with Maverick, Night Guard, and
okay. If you're reading Local Man and not reading Blood Squad 7, you're doing it wrong.
I probably will. Actually, I'm gonna start picking it up because he he name drops Bloodguard.
What if I'm reading Blood Squad 7 but not reading Local Man? Is that acceptable?
Very fun issue. If you're not picking up Ghost Machines or Rook Exodus, all the first couple of issues were world building. Now we're actually getting to all the action and the main story plot. It's just great, epic. It's very fun. For those who like stray dogs, you should be picking up Feral. Cats, rabies, on the hunt from humans that are killing animals that have rabies. It is just craziness. And it's all done looking like Aristocats. There's one of the dogs that's all not zombified, but he's got the rabies. All right. Return of Mark Spector. Moon Knight is back in this issue. Very fun with Khonshu just being badass. And the Wrecker making a surprise appearance.
I kind of want the Wrecker to be a recurring character now.
Right? Serving Khonshu?
Like a reluctant, why do I keep getting roped into serving this guy? That would be fun.
Void Rivals was really fun.
Did you see? I didn't mention this, but that panel where Mark basically tricks him into helping. He's like, "Oh, are you saying you're a chicken?" I didn't say that.
You're a chicken heart, it's like, yeah. He's like, Void Rivals was great. Return of Hot Rod from the Free Comic Book Day, and then we have Springer here too, being badass.
Hot Rod.
Then it comes down to we got Conan the Barbarian, new story arc. I thought it was great. He gets attacked by wolves, kills the wolves, just like he did in the movie, and then he eats one of them on a return to fire. Then he goes down because he sees a giant, great grizzly bear, kills it with a sword in his bare hands, so kills it. Comes back, find these three guys, basically thinking they're going to steal his food and stuff. He's getting ready to kill them, and then this girl is pretty much spying on them. So let's see a new story arc. Also, Distillery, The Big Burn. If you're not reading this, you should pick it up. It is $9, so if you're on a budget and you're looking for something that's fun to read, I would check this out. As it's described as Ocean's 11, people breaking into hell because they want to get their souls back that the devil basically tricked them out of. So it's crooks putting a team together of more crooks.
Theologically not sound, but entertainment-wise, very much so.
And I love the wraparound cover too.
Oh, is it a wraparound?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So, and Self-Help, another fun book. One of my top 3 indie books this week. You should be reading this. Huge plot twist on the main character. It is just fun. Twist after twist. Yeah. This is done by Kellerman. And it says King on there, but don't worry. It's not Tom King. It's actually a better King. Yeah. Flash Gordon came out this week. If you're never reading this, you should check out Flash Gordon. Go read the Free Comic Book Day if you can get your hands on that. But you can also, if you can't get your hands on that, read this. This is fun. I thought maybe this was a wraparound cover, but it's actually not. It just has the same thing in the back, or a little differently. But you also get, like I said, you get the what's coming out for them. Flash Gordon, Defenders of the Earth, Quarterly. Then there's Flash Gordon's the complete library. Sunday strips. You know, and then there's Flash Gordon Adventures, paper cuts. And then you also get a preview of the actual Defenders of the Earth in the back here too. Dan Didio. So if you're a Phantom fan, you should be checking this out. The Phantom will heavily be involved in this as well. I don't know who much of the other characters are, but I mean, it just starts off with a very dark like opening though. I'll say that though. Poor Dale. And then Dick Tracy, number 3.
I
What
love
you
that
should
cover
be
so
getting.
much.
If you're not getting this, it is straight up just like they don't care. This is what happens with gangsters. People die, even cops.
Blam, 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 blam.
Flash Gordon comic, Eric, and what's
Mad
that?
Mad Cave Studios. Same people that are putting out the Dick Tracy comic.
Yep. These are both crazy, right? Just very fun, man. This is $5, and then this was
I think
also
Flash Gordon was $5 too,
this
wasn't
was
it?
also $5. If
Maybe
you're
that's,
looking-
I
if
hope
you're
that.
looking- I said, if you're on a budget, I would recommend getting these 2 books. That's all you need to get for the week. If you have more, we have more. If you have more money, get Self Help. These are my top 3 recommendations. These are just fun. But that's the books that I got this week. I'm sure if you want to look back, Zach got a
Basically look at RDV's list and then add Green Arrow, and that might be the only difference.
right.
Rook was the same.
And I think
Yeah.
Eric got the same as well.
Yeah.
You got 2 books that you should not get. He recommends don't.
Yeah. His are the avoid
Yeah.
at all costs.
Do not, under any circumstances, get Epitaphs from the Abyss or Hello Darkness. They sucked, and then they went wherever suck goes after it's been sucking all day.
Right.
Suck some more.
Oh my gosh. So I can't think of any more comic book news. You know, I mean, I also don't pay attention to San Diego Comic Con.
Well, I know Jeremy Adams. I've been seeing bits on Twitter. I know Jeremy Adams was there. Scott Snyder. You know,
course,
all the regular Daniel Warren Johnson.
Marv Wolfman was advertising. He says, "If you're down here, come to my small table." I'm like, who would not? If I see
Who
Marv Wolfman's
wouldn't
on
go
there,
to Marv Wolfman?
right?
Well, I know who wouldn't. All of the teeny boppers who pretend to
all
read
the
comics.
current idiots, they don't like Starfire.
Now, don't call them idiots. They don't know no better. It's like King of the Hill. Those kids would be very upset if they could read. They just don't. That was a terrible impersonation. I apologize. But
I'll tell
I'm
you
trying
what,
to see.
Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby.
Those kids be idiots, Bobby.
I thought I sounded like the sheriff of Nottingham from Robin Hood for a second.
Uh,
I'm trying to be careful going through CBR
Undead-
because it's all Deadpool stuff.
Undead Quinn, I apologize. I did see you earlier. You did post your list, what you got. I know he's bringing up Goat and Bunny Man. Beware the Pig Man.
Yeah.
There was earlier. He had a bunch. He at least 5, I thought.
Yeah, he had 5 books. On Tuesday, he had 5 books. When we did the top 5.
Let me scroll back up and this late scroll up. All right.
Kevin Feige got a Hollywood star. So weird.
For what?
I
Building
don't
up
know.
Marvel and ruining it. MCU.
Having 3 good years and then a blunder after, or I don't know.
Yeah. I did see them. Maybe he only posted one thing.
Yeah, comic news. There wasn't a lot coming out of San Diego Comic. The DC thing, and it wasn't even that many announcements coming from DC. They were really just talked about the absolute titles. Oh, Sacrificers number 10.
Sacrifice, yeah, number 10. Yeah, it was the other one.
Yeah, they really only talked about the 3 absolute, and not even a lot about the absolute books.
Flash Gordon was number 2, actually. So,
Flash Gordon was good.
Void
number
Rivals.
Void
Feral.
Rivals was good.
Got that. And then Goat. Yeah, Man, Goat, and the Bunny Man. Beware the Pig Man.
Beware the Pigman.
It'd be funny if it was like that Winnie the Pooh book where they're going against Piglet, like Tigger 2. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing really. There's not a lot of news coming out of San Diego that I'm seeing right now.
No, not much, And as far as television goes, we around Extreme Movie Show, Rob and I reviewed the first 5 episodes of season 6 of Cobra Kai. And the way I described it, basically, it's like the first couple of episodes, it was okay. And the great thing about these are like 30 minutes, the 38 minutes, most. They're not really long. So you can watch them in succession and not worry about spending like 5 hours. And the last 2 were really good. Chris Rafferty, the writer behind Lucifer, state television show, wrote episode 4. And then, and then I guess Danielson also, what's his name? Ralph Macchio directed episode 3. But here's the one thing: that show was supposed to come out back on December because the strike got pushed to July.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of why I kind of just didn't care for it, because it was so pushed so far. I kind of like moved on by that time.
To Mega Therion, they did announce Absolute Flash. Jeff Lemire is the one writing that one. So they didn't go any further into it. They didn't show like concept art like they did for the
You know
big
what
3.
I want at the MegaCon? I want these Comic Cons. Don't tell me about the books. I want to see who's getting the fights down there.
Well, that's what I want from cons. What was it? Was it last year or 2 years ago? There was like no Marvel Studios, no Warner Brothers. It was all books, and like you could tell all of like the normies who went said it was boring, but the actual comic fans were like really enjoying it.
When I watch NASCAR, I watch it to see if there's any crashes.
That's terrible.
I want to see car.
That's
the
terrible.
way I am. I'm the guy who watches the Demolition Derby. I don't care for the stock car racing.
Well, Demolition Derby, you know stuff's gonna get demolished.
Also, to Mega Therion, thanks for joining us. I just noticed that he run because we're streaming to 2 different channels. I Love Comics is the other one, and then also on here on Geeky Puppet Show. Also, and you're also streaming to Geeky Puppet Show on Twitch as well. So, a show I wish I'd known about before I cut the cable was 9/11.
911.
Sorry, it's hard to hear over your windstorm. Anyway,
I'm sorry, I was tired. I've been up since like 7.
We're doing great, Brownie. I had chicken and she had some old steak. Oh. You giving your dog old steak? All right, good. Give her new steak. Flash moves to Canada and plays hockey. All right. But I'm Eric, you got anything else to say, or are you ready to call it quits?
No, I'm good.
We almost going for 3 hours.
That's yeah.
Almost as long as the Lord of the Rings movie.
Here's some intimate love for you. The young couple in this are either 100 or dead.
We're dead.
No, because this is
Hold on,
1950.
Jeez. Hold on. And okay, the Theo's ring already posted. Okay. Yeah, that's the stream we're on right now. Oh, I can't. That's right. I can't post in that one. Dang it! I'm on the wrong channel. Oh well.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wow, wow, wow. But
Ethereal Dragon put a link to the other channel.
yeah, because I'm under Geeky Puppet Show along in there, so I can't. That's
On
not
the case.
Geeky Puppet Show doesn't have a blue wrench. On comics, I noticed that.
How about them apples?
Yeah, right. But yeah, we on Geeky Puppet Show was different than I Love Comics. For those who are just tuning in, I Love Comics. Tuesdays and Thursdays we go over the comic books come out each week. Tuesdays we basically talk about what ones we're looking forward to getting, and Thursday is basically like the review. Both streams start around 9 p.m. Eastern on the Geeky Puppet Show, and after that, Fridays through Monday is pretty much just readings. We read comic books. We ham it up. We have fun.
Yeah, this week was the very rare.
sailing 2 books across the room in disgust. I can't remember the last time I got something that I sailed across the room in disgust.
Summoner, it's not a puppet show. It used to be, but now there are no puppets. The channel is false
They
advertising.
will be making the return back in waits for October 17th.
Wait for October? You want them to wait 2 months, 3 months?
You know what? You can go back and watch the first three years of this channel where it was all freaking puppets. And then Zach complained about being the only human on screen.
Did I complain? I thought it was like a Muppet movie.
You
where
complain
there's
right
always,
now. Why would not?
There's always that one person that's like a human in the Muppet. There's Michael Caine or there's Tim Curry.
You pretty much where there was a frog and then there was Puppetine, and you were the
Yeah.
only one. I'll go. Yeah, any of the TV shows reviews we've done over the past few years of it, the puppets do.
There was that shark for a little bit. There was the shark.
Yeah, sad he had to go.
Yeah, I have him. He's in my closet right now. He's looking at me. He's
Does he
sitting
ever
on top
knock on the door and say, Candygram? Funny ending for Skit.
No, he's just sitting there on top of the short boxes that I have.
Zach was Mr. Hooper. Well, he's white.
Do you ever walk up to the door and go, Chapter 3, I am eaten by sharks?
No.
And there's no way in hell you're old enough to get that reference.
No, I do
That was
not.
from a very early season of Saturday Night Live. When it was funny.
When it's funny.
Yes.
It was funny up until like 2010, maybe 2013.
Actually, it had its moments in the 21st century, and they've had some. I think Bill Hader's amazing.
Bill Hader's great.
God.
You
Love Bill
cannot
Hader.
not laugh at him.
My favorite
He's
Bill
great.
Hader skit is where they had the puppets out.
My favorite were Vincent Price's holiday parties,
Oh.
because that's where drunk drunk James Mason comes from.
Oh,
'Cause
really?
John Hamm does James Mason as well as Trusty, but he did him drunk, and so that's why I asked him to start doing drunk James Mason. That's from that.
I think Mr. Hopper did run the store, but I didn't watch as a kid. I can't remember if he's white or black. There was like the thing when I grew up with Sesame Street, Bob was the only white guy. Yeah, I can't remember.
But when Saturday Night Live was really fun, you remember John Madden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The coach, not the video game.
Yeah. I know who John Madden is.
Yeah,
I'm not that young.
I like both.
I was kidding about that. He hosted one night, and it was the week after the Bengals lost the first Super Bowl they played to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And the first sketch was he goes into a lesbian biker bar, and he's promoting instead of Miller Lite, he's doing Miller Lite commercials. It was Betty beer, the bitches beer, and he goes up to this lesbian. He goes, "Hey, bitch, that's my Betty," and he belts her. But the next scene,
I thought you're gonna say he's got the little the digital turn. He's like, "See this here."
The next scene is the Bengals locker room after the Super Bowl, and he walks in there. He's like doing the post game interviews. He opens a locker, and there's a black extra who had hung himself. And can you imagine trying to get away with that today?
Wow.
But then he goes up to Tim Kazurinsky. If you remember him, he was this diminutive comedian. He was playing Forrest Gregg, who the context was a burly ex-lineman, I believe, for the Packers, who was coaching the Bengals at the time. And he goes, "Well, Coach, how do you feel about the game?" And he goes, Well, John, they didn't embarrass themselves out there. They embarrassed me." And he just launches into a tirade where he just rips the team apart. It was, I'd say, it was.
I love John, the running gag joke was towards his later of his career, John Madden as a host. He's like, he could just talk about anything. He could just drop a little diagram, start drawing stuff. Color.
Well, Frank Caliendo owes his career to John Madden.
Yeah, but Madden, when John Madden was basically the commentary, that's when football was fun for me.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like
Madden
if I watch,
were a great team.
If I watch baseball Brewers on TV, or I don't even watch it on TV unless I like listening to Bob Uecker on commentary. If Bob Uecker was doing the TV, announcing commentary, then I'd watch him more. But
I can sympathize as a Reds fan. Reds have never had good TV. Well, they've never had good TV announcers. You're blandly competent at best. But they had Marty Brenneman for 40 years in the broadcast. But
Yeah.
he was around so long. He replaced Al Michaels as the Reds radio announcer.
Wow. You know what? You know what? I'd like to actually go back and watch. I don't know if he was on TV, but Harry Carey calling the Cubs games. I've seen YouTube clips, and it's just like that's great.
Here's Harry Carey in a nutshell. It's like seventh inning or eighth inning is, and there's a fly ball to left. Kirk Gibson comes in and makes the catch. Problem was, Kirk Gibson had been replaced by a black outfielder an inning before. Harry didn't care. He was gone.
He was promoting. They were promoting Scrooge.
Bill Murray was a regular. They were good friends.
I said that would have just been a delight to watch it on TV though. And I'm sorry, I'd be watching the Cubs games if they were on TV.
The only other stadium I've ever been to, and it sucks because I wish I'd been to more, but was Wrigley Field, and we had standing room only tickets because we went up there for the Chicago Comic-Con, and I told her, I said, I will go if you will go to a Cubs game on Friday, and it was day game at the time because they just started night games like a year before or whatever. Mm-hmm. But Harry Carey had a medical, he had like a heart attack, and he had just come back, and our standing room only tickets were behind the plate, which was also where the broadcast booth was, and Harry came out and held up a Bud glass that I'm sure was just filled with water at the time, but actually got to see him in person for didn't get to talk to him or like that, but it was like seeing but like I said, but the Kirk Gibson line with a black dude out there, that was my favorite.
Yeah. Dave, it's funny. My dad was quoting Emeril Lagasse the other day, just saying "bam" all over the place. So Emeril Lagasse and John Madden, bam, 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 bam.
Oh, there was a skit with Will Ferrell's doing Harry Carey, and I forgot who he had on, but they're talking about like space and stuff like that, and he's
yes.
I forgot which one it was.
I remember that. That was. I
forgot who the actual celebrity actor was they had on there. I guess. Oh, wasn't Bill? Who the heck was it? It was someone that was like. I can't remember now. now it's like don't they have on there? They keep and doing it.
Look at that kid with the sombrero.
Oh man. Honestly, that was my Will Ferrell playing Harry Carey, and I was just like, wow, what's wrong with this guy? It's like, and then you start watching, it's like, holy crap, is that spot on?
Harry Carey impressions don't really sound like Harry. You can tell that's who they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but just like, people don't get Rod Serling's voice right, but like when Dan Aykroyd would do it, you knew who he was doing.
Speaking of impersonation, Trusty does the Stan Lee impersonation. Yeah. We had a YouTuber or reviewer commented saying that he was just watching. He's like, I wasn't sure if he was going to watch these, and all of a sudden he's like, he hears Stan Lee. He's like, holy! He said he had to pause. He's like, holy crap! It's like it wasn't expecting that. Because. It's no secret we do sometimes. Our older ratings, are usually like an hour and a half. Sometimes if they're Fantastic Four, because sometimes we do ad lib, but sometimes it's just that they're that freaking wordy, Stan.
Another Harry Carey story.
Yeah,
Harry at one time was a very respected announcer, and he worked for the Cardinals, who were owned by the Bush family. Well, Harry lost his job in 1967, I believe, when it came to light that Harry had been banging Mrs. Bush. Because believe it or not, Harry Carey was at one point a big-time ladies' man.
Which Bush? The Big Beans or George Sr.'s?
Is in August Bush of
Oh.
the
Oh.
Bush Brewing Company who
Oh,
owned the
okay.
Cardinals.
I was like, this.
He was banging the owner's wife,
Wow.
and it's like I said. Apparently, I think it was August Bush. They said didn't go well. That's Then he, God, where he I think went to Oakland for a year or two and announced the A's. And I can't remember if he did any time with the White Sox between that and the Cubs. Yeah, the Cubs were, obviously that's where he did his like last 15 years and became a beloved institution. Now, oddly enough, when in an odd, from the Hulk or Terry Bollea testified against Vince McMahon in a federal court, then went back to work for him. Bear that in mind as I say. Anheuser-Busch got Harry Carey. Remember the commercials? I'm a Cubs fan and a Bud man.
Yep.
I'm guessing the old man was dead by then, and the people running the company saw dollar signs and didn't care anymore. But that I'm sure that had to. Somebody probably tried to stop that from happening, I would guess, but
it's no secret. I've been telling you. I've been sharing clips, posting on Twitter and stuff about the sports clips, mainly baseball. It blows my mind because I never watched a single game with Pete Rose, but when I see some of the stuff that he does, it's like holy crap! It's like like he is very talented. It sucks that he did what he did. They kept lying about it, but I was like. Wow, and this made me think about all the good baseball players back in the day we had. Not to say there isn't any good today. I'm just saying it's like Ken Griffey Jr., Bo Jackson. These guys. It's just like
Bo Jackson would have been one of the all-time greats. It in either sport. At some point, he was going to have to choose one or the other. Unfortunately, some journeyman stiff for the Bengals named Kevin Walker hit him in the hip on a kickoff return, and the hip injury was so severe it basically derailed both of his careers.
That sucks.
It wasn't a dirty hit. It was one of those just fluke things that just like everybody knows who Sandy Koufax is, but there was a guy coming up at the same time named Herb Score who was better. Because he was doing what Sandy Koufax did in the second half of his career from day one. And he was pitching against the Yankees, and Gil McDougall hit a line drive off his eye. And he was never able to come back. He came back, but he was a shell of himself, and his career was basically over.
He told me about this, because we're talking about getting hit in the face, because you've taken balls to the face before.
Well, I told you I was listening to a Reds game from '57 on YouTube, where they paused the action to say that had just happened. And that was just weird because I'd just been talking about that fairly recently before that. I said that kid from Boston who was arguably better than Carl Yastrzemski got hit in the eye with a fastball. And he had one good year about 3 years later, and then just disappeared basically after that guy, Tony Conigliaro. He had 100 major league home runs at age 22.
Man, like I'm just watching this everything back in the day. They had bad umps back then too, but like just seeing I forgot what baseball player was, but he got ejected, so he went in the dugout and started throwing all the bats onto the field. Forgot what game it was, but it was the early '90s. And I was just like laughing. I was like, man, I wish more people would do this. He didn't get a care. He's gonna find me. I'm just gonna start throwing things.
I'm gonna ask her. Okay, if I'm the Pirates, I don't baby him because we saw how well that worked for Washington with Strasburg. We need to see. Yeah, George Brett, the pine tar incident probably. We need to see going away from. Well, we also got to stop producing pitchers who are wound tighter than a cheap watch.
Well, we need to start actually letting the ones who actually are good and actually are nice people, like Steve Brower, let them play.
That's Trevor Bauer.
Sorry, Trevor Bauer.
But it's
We get my point though. That guy
problem
is.
now it's almost like since everything's max effort, because it used to be if you started a game, you were expected to finish it. That you came out of the game if you were getting bombed. Now they raise them basically from Little League to be max effort, throw your 80 to 100 pitches, 5-6 innings, and then you're out, because they're paying middle relievers what they used to pay superstars. And unless they reverse that at some point, it's not if they're going to end up getting Tommy John, it's when. But so I said, the problem is they're all getting Tommy John, whether they're babied or not. So I say, let them go. Let him throw 150, 160 innings.
Yeah, the Brewers just beat the Cubs. Like, do you see that the other day on Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Barely. They had to use like almost all their pitchers.
Oh yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, I think one of the pitchers is injured or something like that. Can't remember what the reason was, but I was listening to it. I listen to it a little bit when I'm driving somewhere. I'll turn it on, but I don't listen to the radio and stuff.
I said, Skeens may already be a top 5 pitcher, and which means we have a top 5 pitcher with acne.
Yeah, but you could have the best pitcher and have the worst umpire, so all that pitching goes down.
Well, that doesn't, but that doesn't affect when and if somebody's arms. Hey, LK, saw where Dylan Cease pitched a no-hitter today, 114 pitches. That was his career high. Think of that. That's ridiculous.
Speaking of pitchers, I think it was two mega Therian. Yeah, talking about Nolan Ryan. I'm thinking of Greg Maddux and all those guys back in the day.
They also mentioned that he lives close to Steven Strasburg,
Oh,
who basically signed a contract for $240 million, and I don't think he pitched 240 innings after that.
Wow.
Yeah, because it just, I said they took all the right precautions with him, and it didn't matter. That's why I'm thinking it's almost the more you try to it's like the more you try to keep people from getting hurt, the more they get hurt.
Yeah, as I said, these pitchers, they always throw their shoulders out. They have shoulder surgery. That one guy, was it Greg Maddux?
Yeah.
Was it where he broke his arm or something like that? Or
No.
tore his
No, Maddux never got hurt because he wasn't max effort.
No, there was one of them actually tore a muscle and it kept pitching and then it finally healed on its own. Either Ryan or it was Maddux. I think it was I was just like they're talking about. I was like, the dude he played through it and it eventually just healed.
Well, he said it healed itself. Trevecchi had to have his arm amputated.
Yeah, the other guy he had his arm. Just dramatic effect there.
I went to go leave the room.
It was like 2 seconds. He turned the camera. It's like, I was like,
all right, okay, let's come on.
I didn't want Evil Black Cat to say I look chunky again.
LK wants to come on and tell us the Dave Dravecki story. Please don't forget to mention the part where he came back after a year, beat the Reds, and then his arm fell off.
all right.
Of course, in those days, he could have beat the Reds with the arm he had left.
Well, before LK, not because LK will be getting here, but because I have work in the morning, I'm gonna have to sign off. Not that I don't love listening to baseball talk, but I do have an early day tomorrow. So,
is it at least more interesting than wrestling?
Oh, infinitely more interesting than wrestling. Infinitely. But then again, to me, anything is more interesting.
No spoilers. I haven't watched Blood and Guts yet, so.
But
don't spoil it, Zach.
Spoil what?
Blood and Guts, because I know you watched it.
No, I have not actually. Sorry. I will try not to. I don't believe in spoiling already. But anyway, I will see you guys later. Y'all have a great evening. Okay, if you hear this when you get here, hi and bye. I'll catch y'all later.
See you, Zach.
Bye, guys.
All right,
Luis Medina to undergo season-ending Tommy John surgery.
there he is.
Tell us a story, Uncle LK.
It's story time with LK, baby.
Who's ready for
God,
story
the
time
poor-
with
the poor
LK,
tail.
baby?
The poor tale of Dave Dravecky. Yeah, so he was pitching, and I know because I mean he was a Giant during this time period. Yeah, he broke his arm, basically out for almost the season. Came back, first start, everybody was cheering. It was amazing. And I can't remember if it was the next start. It was within just a few starts, and I mean it's still just like the for you that Tim Krumrie injury or the Theismann injury. I can still see in my mind's eye when Dravecky goes and throws that pitch and it snaps his arm in half, and that thing is waving like a wet noodle on the mound. It's one of the most bizarre and at the same time just disturbing injuries you ever saw. And then it turned out, pretty sure it turned out that it wound up part of the reason why the arm snapped again was it turned out he had bone cancer, which is what led to his arm getting amputated. And sadly, I believe, God, I want to say he died like 10 years ago or something. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost want to look this up to make sure I'm not misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that he passed away.
Oh no, he's fine.
Is he?
68, still married.
Okay, God, who am I thinking of?
Night, Eloise.
Somebody else. I was thinking of, but yeah, I mean, 89. Yeah,
Well, yeah, the thing is that
over.
The one start that was successful, he beat the Reds, and then his arm snapped in the start after that.
Yeah, I'm looking at his numbers on Baseball Reference. Yeah, two starts. 13 innings, an ERA of 3.46 in those two starts. So, it's one of those things you don't soon forget when you're watching it on television.
Well, I think I've heard. I don't know if this is true or not. If he had to have an arm amputated at one point, the Reds had a pitcher in 1970 named Wayne Simpson, who was 14-1 at the All-Star break, but he was already hurt, and he lost his last two decisions. Wasn't available for the World Series. Everybody talks about how the Orioles, crushed the Reds in that World Series, but Gary Nolan was hurt. Wayne Simpson was gone. And those two guys right there, Jim Merritt, his arm had fallen off. He went 1-11 the next year. I mean, it's just the Reds pitching just died. I mean, because they were 70-30 after 100 games, and then just kind of treaded water after that. But really, the only healthy pitching they had in the World Series was Jim McLaughlin and the immortal Tony Cloninger. Cloninger had to start it. Do you know what he's? Venkman, I know you. Okay, do you know what Tony Cloninger is best known for?
Not off the top of my head right now.
AEW, right?
He did something that only a handful of people have ever done, and he's the only pitcher to have ever done it.
Oh, did he hit 2 home runs in the same game?
2 grand slams.
2 grand slams. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, Fernando Tatis said, big deal. I did that in 1 inning.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tony Cloninger, I think he had 9 RBI on the game.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's well. You think that's one of those things that for people who've been watching baseball for as long as LK and I have, there was a time when I was watching a playoff game. It was like the 8th inning, and it was tied, and the pitcher batted. And now, I mean, I said even before the DH, that would have been unheard of.
Well, it would have been very rare circumstances, only with some of the top hitting pitchers. But I mean, hell, I remember times where the Giants, do you remember Don Robinson?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a good hitting pitcher, and there was at least one time where the Giants had him as a pinch hitter and not because they were out of players. Because he was the best available bat on the bench.
Yeah, the Reds had a guy. I think he's in Texas now, Michael Lorenzen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was used. He was used as a pinch hitter and an outfielder by the Reds while he was here. Which doesn't happen often anymore, and that may change with everybody's going to want their own Ohtani now. But having a guy that you could pinch hit and play outfield defense and play on a professional level, that's because everybody everybody makes a big deal out of guys that can play a bunch of positions. Well, when you can play something other than pitch, that's not too shabby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the one I was talking about earlier about the guy getting ejected was Andre Dawson back in 1991.
Oh, okay.
He was ejected by Joe West, and chaos ensues at Wiggly. They kicked him out.
Joe West, yeah.
Yeah, and they were throwing garbage or throwing the cans all on the field. He had to come sweep it out at least twice. And he went to dugout and he started throwing the bats out of the dugout, and he's just giving an FU to the ump. And then the coach gets kicked out too. I'm like, where's this? I missed this, and I'm looking at these clips of baseball. They used to have we had the Yankees just had like a little we were gonna stand off, but there was no fighting, there was no punch. I'm watching ones of like when they had the home run, it was called a foul by but they're like it was incomplete, but the guy's like, I'm on third base, you're over there. How can you tell if it's a home run or not? This is back in 1883. I'm just laughing. I'm thinking like, so all teams come out, there's fighting. I was just like, the fans were pissed, they're booing on stuff. So it was like, dude, this is what I like. I like hockey when they fight. I like it when people tell the opposite, F off.
Yeah,
I learned something interesting today.
Yeah.
1978. Remember when the Yankees fired Billy Martin with his season, and then Steinbrenner announced 3 days later that they were going to bring him back, not next year, but the year after that? Well, he made that announcement at the Yankees Old Timers game. Now, I could see where Bob Lemon would be like, really? But you know who was pissed off about? You know who got the most pissed off about that announcement?
Who?
Joe DiMaggio.
Mm.
Because he was there and he goes, how dare you take the spotlight off of me? Because Joe loved him some Joe.
Oh yeah. Well,
but,
you know the one thing that he always insisted on wherever he went to make an appearance.
I'm sure I knew at one point, but
he always insisted that he be announced as the greatest living ball player.
Which was, no offense to Joe, never true. Top 5, always true.
Camille do you hear about Camille Brickhouse?
Oh, Camille? Yeah, she
at the con.
I don't care spoiling. You haven't watched Blood and Guts yet, but she finally makes her AEW appearance after however many months she's been on the shelf.
Yeah.
But
what was her name wherever she was before that?
She was Camille.
Yeah, she was over NWA.
Okay.
She's Braun Strowman's ex-girlfriend.
Now they did, I said
she got those hands and other things.
Okay, if you I know one of the kind of unwritten rules about greatest living ball player was the players that were currently playing were exempt. Because they were still playing. But the minute the 1973 World Series ended, Joe DiMaggio was no longer the greatest living player. Because that was Willie Mays. And that lasted until about 3 weeks ago.
So you're saying Mays over Ted Williams?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. Ted Williams might be the greatest pure hitter that ever lived.
Yeah.
But Willie Mays, much better base runner, much better defensively.
Yeah.
Ted Williams was not a good defensive player.
No.
He was a hitter. He would have been if there had been a DH and he hadn't had to go to war, he might have had 5,000 hits.
I never knew this, but I
was born in Boston, so I am partial to Ted, but Facts be facts.
Speaking of facts, did you know that the Statue of Liberty wasn't always green? It used to be gold.
No,
Over time, it changed colors.
I didn't know that.
It's disturbing. It was like a brass kind of like thing, but now it's not green.
Yeah, well, because I mean, brass ages and tarnishes and turns
or
green.
brass
so.
or something. But it was like I was just like, I saw a photo. I was like, what? People are showing photos of like Grand Canyon before they carved the president's heads in there and stuff. It's just like,
yeah. So Eric, I had to look it up, and I was remembering correctly. Don Robinson was a lifetime 231 hitter, and hit 13 home runs over the course of 15 seasons as a pitcher.
Do you remember Don Newcomb?
Oh yeah. Oh, Don Newcomb is
1956.
Was the trivia one of the trivia answers to one of my favorite questions. At the time, and I'm trying to think, somebody else has done this since. But he was the only player to win Rookie of the Year, Cy Young, and an MVP.
I believe it. In 1956, he hit 7 home runs and hit 356.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 years later, he was exiled to Cincinnati. I'd love to know how much he had good year. He had a couple good years for the Reds.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what happened to him if he didn't want to be on the West Coast full time, because that was the year they, for their first year out in LA.
Yeah.
But that's So were you on Team Ted for greatest living player?
Not always. I mean, I always preferred Ted Williams to Joe DiMaggio, but I think that's just because I, probably, especially as a kid, I valued hitting more than necessarily defense.
I was more into Ted Knight.
Well, Ted. The difference between Ted and Joe was Ted had more power, but I think Joe probably could have hit more home runs if he'd been willing to sacrifice a little of the average. But yeah, I mean, there was, it's hard to argue that there was ever a better hitter than Ted Williams.
Yeah.
I couldn't argue because I don't know that much.
And
Robin Yount, Mr. 3000.
Nobody would be quicker to tell you that he was the best hitter than Ted himself.
Yeah.
Even more than Mr. 3000, Robin Yount.
Oh yes. If, like I said, Ted Williams, the only reason why Ted Williams isn't in the 3,000 hit club was he literally spent 3 years fighting in World War II. He was a pilot, and then 2 more in Korea. So he basically missed, 4 3/4 seasons of his career in the prime of his career. And he still finished with 521 homers.
Dude,
Here's a trivia question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Williams was pinch hit for 1 time in his career. Can you name the immortal that pinch hit for him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you've ever played baseball trivia, that's the only reason.
Wait. You said immortal, so it's General Mortis.
No, I mean that it was a stiff. Who I promise you, Ted was still a better hitter than.
No, it was probably what in when he was playing for the Senators.
No, he didn't play for the Senators.
He played for the Red Sox.
His last year was 1960. His last year.
Bobby
1960. Well, it's not going to be Tony Nigliero.
No, like I said, if you haven't heard this as a trivia question, the guy's name was Carroll Hardy.
Okay.
And Ted's last at bat of his career, he had a homer. So I'm sure. So I don't know why he was pinch hit for. Maybe he was already on his 5th beer or something, because Boston in 1960, who gave a fuck. But
I was watching old videos of footage of Babe Ruth just hitting the baseball. They slowed it down to show how he hit it. I was like, it was actually interesting to watch him, especially those guys back in the day. Those first basically, I guess, celebrities, you call them, for baseball.
And I would say he's the 2nd greatest hitter of all time.
Babe Ruth.
Yeah. And I said, I'm not, not discounting it. I mean, Josh Gibson, guys like that. I mean, I have no
about
frame
Mark
of reference.
McGuire hit it
Barry
further.
Bonds.
No, not better than the two that we're talking about.
I just like Bo Jackson. He just broke the bat in half.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and the thing was, I mean, with Bo, if he had been able to continue his baseball career, he still would have been very, very good. But I never would have considered him, one of the top hitters because he couldn't hit for average.
No,
Probably not consistently enough.
he could have if Kevin Walker doesn't hit him, and he makes a decision, which he would have had to right around that time. You'll pick a lane. He could have been a Hall of Famer in either sport.
Oh yeah.
Like Deion Sanders will never be confused with a Hall of Fame baseball player.
Mhm.
Brian Jordan was not a Hall of Famer in either. Gene Conley,
I can't
neither.
believe that Bo Jackson's not in the Hall of Fame or either one of those.
Well, he didn't play very long.
Yeah.
Dave DeBusschere,
Not having the
borderline
direction.
basketball Hall of Famer, but of all the two-sport athletes of the last 70 years,
Mhm.
Bo was the best at the two sports.
What's the limit you have to be in order to consider it eligible Hall of Fame?
You have to play at least 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's generally the rule of thumb unless there's extraordinary circumstances.
I don't think there's ever been one in baseball. I think the only thing they've ever done is waive the 5-year rule for Roberto Clemente. I don't know of anybody that didn't play 10 years.
Koufax made 10 years.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
he started in 55, and basically the first 5 years of his career, because he played 12 years, first 5 or 6 years of his career, he was almost below average because he couldn't find the plate with directions. Somebody fixed him in 1961,
Mm-hmm.
and then from 62 through 66, he had the 5. No one's ever had a better 5-year stretch than Koufax, and that got him in the Hall. It was basically 5 of the 12 years. If you look at those early numbers, not anything to write home about by any stretch.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think now. I mean, like on the football side, Sayers didn't play 10 years.
Oh, football! I don't think they have that rule because the life or the career average is like 3.8 seasons.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, also too. I mean, with baseball, they didn't officially put that 10-year rule in until recently. I mean, it was just kind of a general thing, beforehand. But
If you look at the list of Hall of Fame players, I don't think there's anybody that didn't play 10, even in the old timey days.
Yeah.
Because it's never come up where like no one's ever been tragically killed or died like after year 8 or 9 of a no-brainer Hall of Fame career. It's just never happened.
Well, they keep trying to get Thurman Munson in there.
Munson played. Was this plane crash 78 or 79?
78, I believe.
I might look that up. Because if it was 79, well, if it was 79, then he technically did play 10 years because I think he got a few at bats in 69.
Let's see.
And
here.
I don't know if
No, it was 79. August of 79.
Yeah. I don't know if
11 years. Yeah. Yeah, 11 years. Yeah, lifetime 292 hitter. Yeah, I mean he's got a borderline
well,
case.
at the risk of pissing off any Minnesotans in the chat, he's got a better case than Joe Mauer.
The minute you said that, I knew exactly where you were going.
Look, nice guy, but it's time to quote Skip Bayless. This isn't the Hall of Very Good.
Yeah. No,
And
I mean
that's
that's why I know Tim Lincecum is not gonna, make the Hall anytime soon.
well, Tim Lincecum shouldn't make the Hall.
Yeah.
He's not a Hall of Fame pitcher, but He could have been, but I don't know what derailed his career. I'm assuming injuries also.
Yeah, a little bit of injuries, and I mean the fact too. I mean, being a smaller statured pitcher, and again, he's one of these guys too that basically threw with maximum effort. I mean, it was one of those great things of watching. I mean, when he was really on his game and throwing that fastball, he was literally leaping towards the plate. The way he would, plant the back foot and then just almost kind of like jump forward and land that front foot.
It's hard to not be satisfied with winning 3 in 5 years. And everybody remembers Bumgarner, but they also had, remember Matt Cain?
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking. I mean, Matt, Kane, Lincecum. I mean, of course, Zito had that magical run in the second of the 3 World Series. Where he just sucked all year, sucked the previous year, and thinking, oh, this is a huge bust on this giant free agent contract they signed him to, and then
I really hope that
he lights out.
every Giant, from the star player to the clubhouse attendant, everybody that has a 2012 World Series ring, I hope sends Dusty Baker annual Christmas cards. Because as a disgruntled Reds fan, that was the only year of the 21st century that they legitimately were good enough to win it all.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, they go out to San Francisco, lose their best pitcher, and still win the first 2.
Yeah.
Come back, all they have to do is win 1 at home. Bochy goes into Baker's office and apologizes to him for not showing up for the first 2 games, and then proceeds to bitch slap him 3 straight. And they went on to win it all. And like I said, I think the Reds legitimately could have won that year. And even with Cueto being out, because that year, their 5 starters made 161 of the starts, but they also had a guy, God, I can't remember his name now, but they could have slotted in there. But, I said Baker was just a clinic. Yeah, I like Dusty Baker. I'll be happy to, hope he's still coherent when he makes his Hall of Fame speech.
I like Dusty
because
Rose.
we'll go. And, but the difference is every team Dusty Baker has ever managed have been buyers. Every year he's been there. He's managed buyers. He presided over, the reason why nobody remembers how Baker collapsed in 2003 is Steve Bartman. As a Giant fan, you only have to go back 1 year. They were up in the 8th inning of Game 6, and he found a way to blow it.
You don't need to tell me twice about 2002.
He did it. He broke my heart in 2012. So he had epic fails in 3 rounds of playoffs. And
and not just that. You can also go back to 1993, which I still contend was probably going to be the last great pennant race of all time. Where you had a Giants team that won 102 games and was tied with the Atlanta Braves going into that final game. And Dusty Baker decides to throw Solomon Torres, an untested rookie, against the Dodgers, and watch it go away.
Baker was there for 10 years.
Yep.
Wow.
You want to hear
actually, I think 93 was his rookie season, because that was that
would have been 10 years.
Because the whole thing too, that 1993 season was so magical for the Giants because 12 months prior, even 6 months prior, a lot of people thought the Giants were moving to St. Petersburg.
I remember that.
It was almost a done deal, and then basically the last second, the Peter McGowan group comes in, buys the Giants from Bob Lurie at the same time during the offseason. The unthinkable happens, and signing Barry Bonds, the reigning MVP, to bring him home to San Francisco. And then it just, goes off, from there in this incredible season, with Burkett and Swift both winning 20 games. The awesome bullpen with Kevin Rogers, Mike Jackson setting up Rod Beck. I mean, God, it was such a Robbie Thompson's best season by far. Will Clark was awesome. Matt Williams. Obviously, you can tell me kind of go on.
Thank you. You were trying to get in a word in edgewise there.
I was just going to bring up, I was looking at their sub count. We're 2 away from 666.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I know, Ray's ended right there. Like,
yeah, I'll say about the Dodge or the Giants in that era. I'm not going to say I don't chuckle when I think of that they won their 3 World Series post Bonds.
Yeah,
but I will also say, I think it's sometimes it's hard to take the Hall of Fame seriously when I see, I said Joe Mauer's in.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Kent can't get 10% of the fucking vote.
Yeah.
It's all perception. I mean, I said, I'm not gonna try to argue that Dave Concepcion was better than Ozzie Smith, but if he's Lonnie Smith, which you can't make a cool Wizard of Oz nickname out of, if he can't do a backflip or have that outgoing personality, he does not go in on the first ballot with one of the highest first ballot totals of all time.
Oh, yeah,
Dave
no.
Concepcion can't. I mean, he gets negative votes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. The fact of the Wizard of Oz and being just one of the most liked players added at least 10% to his
I would say more.
Hall of Fame total. Yeah. At the same time too, he also had huge moments at huge times. I mean. All right. But I mean that miracle home run against the Dodgers in the 82 NLCS. But yeah, no, the whole thing. One good thing about Mauer getting in means that Buster Posey should be a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame.
And I don't want to start an argument, but I don't think he's a Hall of Famer either. But he has 3 rings.
3 rings, MVP, Rookie of the Year.
He can make a better case than Joe.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, I happen to grow up watching the greatest catcher of all time, so it's hard. Hard for me to compare, him to anybody. No one's going to measure up to Johnny Bench. I'm sorry, not even Ivan Rodriguez. So maybe he is a Hall of Famer, but I don't think I'm wrong about Joe Mauer because he played damn near half his career as a first baseman. He did not have Hall of Fame offensive numbers for a first baseman. And I think it's whether it's rewarding somebody for actually staying in one city in the era of free agency, he got a stadium built. That should count for something. Somebody had to take over because Justin Morneau couldn't stay healthy and ended up exiled to Colorado. Mm-hmm. But I just don't see a Hall of Famer when I see Joe Mauer. I mean, it's like I don't think Scott Rowland's a Hall of Famer. He was a Red the last time the Reds mattered. And he was great for the Cardinals and kind of a dick with the Phillies, but he grew up and became a team leader for for 2 teams over multiple years. I mean, the Reds traded away a third baseman who ended up hitting 400 home runs after he left Cincinnati, and Edwin Encarnacion. Never regretted it for a second because the Reds don't win in 2010 with Encarnacion. They had Rowland. By 2012, it was Todd Frazier's time, and everybody knew it except Dusty Baker. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's a Hall of Famer either. I mean, I'm sorry. War, Fabit, Wibbit, Babbity Bip, whatever those new numbers are that make guys, is that they'll tell you, well, according to this, Cecil Espy should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Ted Williams should be not in the Hall of Fame because he has, his war wasn't. Yeah, it's like just get out of here with
it's
that.
a tool. It's not an end all be all.
Somebody needs to tell Major League Baseball that.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I was looking at the comparison between Mauer and Posey, and I mean, so what's interesting is, I mean, Joe Mauer played 3 more seasons than Buster did, but despite that, Buster has played 100 more games at catcher than Mauer did.
I can be talked into Posey. I'm not coming off of Mauer.
Yeah. But Mauer also had kind of a couple of the shiny stats. Lifetime 300 hitter, and despite that, technically the majority or half of his career was as a catcher. So, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. Kind of look at the numbers, because with that 3 fewer seasons, if you go into the advanced numbers, Mauer has a higher WAR, but again, that's career number. But yeah, fun stuff. So yeah, I'll be curious to see what you think of Blood and Guts there. I watched most of it last night. I sped run through some of it. I thought a good MJF promo at the start.
I was gonna watch it, but then we went for 4 hours. And I'm like, I'm tired. I'm mowed the lawn, finished mowing the rest of the lawn today, and I was just like, get in that comfy zone where you guys just keep talking about sports, and I kind of start relaxing. And I'm like,
otherwise, I kind of like just skip through the kind of the earlier matches. I mean, especially once, God, I love Minoru Suzuki, but watching him trade like 10 chops back and forth with Chris Jericho was just too much. I
want to watch the match. Thank you.
I couldn't. It's
now you know how we feel when Sheamus gets somebody tied up in the ropes and clubs him in the chest 10 times, yelling, "Fella!"
Well, at least they're not trading back and forth and basically no selling everything. That one where you get the guy tied up.
WWE used to do that all the time.
Well, that was back then, but now since Sheamus doesn't win matches anymore, it obviously isn't very effective.
Yeah.
But what I liked about it, I haven't watched it, but apparently they only lost about 10,000 off of the week before, so they basically held the ratings, which is a good sign for them.
Yeah.
You talking about Dynamite 250?
Yesterday was about 10,000 off of that, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it was like close. It was like 798 to 788 or something like that. So it was close. So they need consistency.
I'll be curious to kind of look at what the splits were, because I mean, it was really interesting in terms of that first hour. Pretty much held the audience from that Ospreay MJF match, and then the minute. Well, not I say the minute, but when that was over and it switched to Jericho and stuff, boom, it dropped below 700,000.
Yeah, again, like I said, I don't know how accurate any of that stuff is. You can kind of use but I did see where the collision I was bitching about for having nobody there, way up from the week before.
So how is that? So how do these numbers figure in the people who are watching it streaming like through Fight TV?
Yeah. That's the thing.
So the Nielsen stuff, we're on a live stream. I haven't done Nielsen for many years, so I'm no problem sharing this, because I was actually a Nielsen viewer for about 2 years.
I like Nielsen. He does good movies.
Yeah, it was so great. I mean, literally, it was one day. I'm at home. This was again back in California. Phone rang, and actually, back when I had a landline, no less. And I was like, okay, I'll pick it up, because I again didn't normally, pick it up. And I was like, hello, is this Kevin? Blah blah blah.
Your name's Kevin? I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a shocker. Anyways, I
I was wondering what the K was for L.
we're part of Nielsen rating system. We're interested, if you would like to be part of this. And I was like, yeah, this would be great. And so what they would send you, or sent me at least, was this little device that basically almost looked like an old-fashioned pager. And the idea was you just basically just carried this around with you. And the idea was that as long as you had it on your person, it could basically sense like your movement, or like your heartbeat or whatever, to let you know, okay, you're actively doing something. And then essentially any station network that participates in the Nielsen ratings, there is a hidden audio signal that is transmitted as part of the broadcast. And so it's that signal that would pick up on this little people meter, basically, that would register, how long, you watch stuff. And, generally they wanted you to, wear it or have it with you for at least like 8 hours a day. Type stuff.
Put on my dog's collar.
Yeah,
put him in his kennel for TV.
I'm sure that people have done that in the past. But I mean, actually, you had an ID and a password to go into this, website, and so you could track and see, how many hours you collected and what have you. And there were things set up that, like if you were going to be traveling somewhere, so you could have it necessarily with you, or you wouldn't be able to charge it up because there was a little charger that came with it. And there was also a little headphone thing too, that you could, there was like a double prong. So you'd plug that into one side, and then you would plug the other one kind of like into your headphones. So if you were, like listening to music, because it was both for radio and TV. But yeah, it was fun. And I think they give you a little stipend. I think it was like $10 a week or something. To do it. Yeah, it was great, and did it. Yeah, I want to say did it for almost 2 years. Yeah. So it's fun. I mean, especially, you're a weirdo TV watching person like I am. And so it'd be times like, God, I'm trying to think of like one of the oddball sci-fi shows, that would be on. It's kind of like, ooh, am I the person that's keeping this show on the air?
Watching Farscape. Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was fun to do that. I mean, that was before. It was also too before like streaming got really, really big. So, although,
you know what, you probably were keeping CSI on the air.
Sure, yeah, me representing CSI. Yeah,
there's one person. We're doing our job.
Yeah, there were a few more people watching CSI.
I see where the Mariners, I guess, got tired of losing 2-1 every day.
Oh,
so yeah,
picked up a Rosarena.
Nothing.
Yeah, I was just wondering how they figure in, because people who buy into Fight TV, you can watch AEW, Ring of Honor, and all that stuff. And Ring of Honor has their own website; you can watch stuff. But I mean, it's not aired on TV. But for Fight TV, I can watch Dynamite, Rampage, and all that stuff. And then, like, remember they go. They say we're gonna go to picture, and because they're gonna go to commercial.
Yeah.
And Fight TV, they don't go to picture, and they still comment on the match.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like being actually at the actual, the event, whether
Well, no, being at the actual event is best, because A, you don't have to listen to Excalibur, and then B, you also get the, you really get.
Well, for me, I like being at there, because I like listening to Renee, when she's on when she's on commentary, but she's not really in commentary like she was when she first joined AEW. Now she's kind of like just does what she did for WWE, which I don't mind.
Yeah, as far as I know, she's just doing backstage interviews, and then she's also got a.
Oh, you know what it was? I was thinking
show or something with the RJ.
I was thinking
I was out of Canada too.
So I was thinking when I went to watch War Games, that's what it was.
Yeah,
the War Games, the last ones I watched at Chicago. She was there. So.
Okay. Well, have you seen the AEW stuff from San Diego Comic-Con today?
I saw a little bit of it. I didn't watch a lot of clips. You know, you guys were talking about sports. I didn't want to interrupt. You know,
Oh, okay.
I just saw that Camille Brickhouse and Mercedes Monet again, like getting in the face, and I was like, I was like, I don't care for Comic Con, whatever. It's like everybody's like, oh, I gotta see Comic Con, and I'm like, I've already seen this list that's coming out. If they're gonna announce something better than what's coming out for future comic books.
Well, they also had an area set up outside the convention center. I'm not sure where. Maybe it's like in Balboa Park or something. They put a ring up, and they're doing, like house show matches. That looked really goofy.
I remember when Mox would
they
go.
They had people dressed up like Adult Swim cartoon characters.
There wasn't a Comic Con, but I remember this watching John Mox when he used to come out to Dirty Deeds.
Mm-hmm.
He went to like some like indie thing and they recorded. I was just like, this is weird seeing Moxley going out to an indie thing. This is right after he like joined AEW. For a while, they did have Dirty Deeds. They aired it, but then they stopped playing it because they just went back to where he's And I was like, man, they should have kept with Dirty Deeds. That was great when they called it the Dirty Deeds, instead of calling it whatever it is called now, the Impaler or whatever how he used to call it. But I was like, that's what I think too. I was like, going back and watching old clips. I've been watching old stuff of wrestling stuff, especially from the Attitude Era, and just seeing how effective everybody's like their final moves, like the super kick. That was like you were knocked out. Stunner, you're knocked out. Rock bottom, it's like no, now it's like everybody's like, even WE was doing the kickouts too, and they were like, sweet. We were saying that. I was like, so it's like doesn't bother me when AEW does it too, because I remember watching was everybody was kicking out.
Well,
like
again,
they kick out. It's like you got to put.
Well, so for me, it comes down to a term that Robert Meyer Burnett uses, the verisimilitude. Basically, can you suspend your disbelief in terms of what's going? Does it make sense logically? And that was where I really appreciated a lot of the things in that MJF Ospreay match that you don't normally see. And I'll say in both WWE and AEW matches, and certainly indie matches, where, you do get tired of this constant finisher, kick out stuff. Was, like Ospreay would hit a finisher type move, but, because the shoulder hurt, his, when he remembered to, sell the knee, I think it was the left knee. Yeah. But he would like fall off. And so it would take him time to crawl back to make the pin, or he couldn't hook it correctly because his shoulder hurt.
Do you know what I like though? He does. Yeah. MJF did that where he's like, he puts his leg in front of the rope. I love that when people do that, because it's not used all the time.
Yeah. But, again, it was that point where you could at least put it in your head of, okay, because Ospreay couldn't get that pin down immediately the way that you're supposed to. In my mind, I can accept that MJF had time to recover, to get his faculties and get that shoulder up before the count of three. That's the little things for me, at least, when I talk about like little things in wrestling. That's one of the kind of the big things for me. And that's where, I do, like when you do see guys hit 5 and 6 finishers and people pop up and, no sell, and it makes no sense. It's, easy to take you out.
What made me really quit WE, after one, it was like around 2018, like it was, is I just got sick of like, he's wrestling with an injured knee. Shut up, Michael Cole. No one likes you. I just got sick of Michael Cole more than anything else.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'll probably go back.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, you should at least go back and give it another look
there. But I don't care for this mommy thing. I don't care for Dominic trying to beat Eddie Guerrero. I'm just like, this is an insult to Eddie.
Then watch SmackDown. I've been loving it, and I was so sad.
The only thing that's good is I get to see Liv Morgan in those tight little shorts, jean shorts.
Oh yeah, and I was so sad when Dominic made Liv cry cry like that at the end.
What are they? What do you think they're doing there?
What the ultimate end game?
Well, yeah, because I mean, at some point, Rhea's the number one face.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at some point, I mean, my initial thought was that Dom was going to turn against Rhea, so that would, then make Rhea, full on face, and Dom was going to go with Liv, or essentially, or possibly one idea I thought was that basically the rest of Judgment Day was going to turn on Rhea. And so, basically Liv would replace her. So it'd be like, Liv, Dom, Finn, and JD.
Because the way,
I think at some point too, they want to turn Damian Priest face as well.
But isn't Gunther starting to get a lot of face heat?
No, I wouldn't say face heat yet. I mean, again, people like him because of his stature and his presence in the ring. But I mean, he's still getting a healthy share of booze and stuff when he's doing a promo. So I can't see him turning face anytime soon. And
I think it should be Priest if it's
Priest.
as far as Liv goes, I thought she was acting like a heel going after the way she was going after Dominic.
Yes.
Oh
yeah.
That's what they're saying.
There's no way she's going to be a face.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so if Dominic went with her and chose over Mommy, creating Mommy being a face, this would be so weird because Mommy, she's better as a heel to me. At least I've seen the clips I've seen.
Well, sometimes the crowd makes a decision for you. No, what epiphany did John Broome have?
Summoner.
Yeah,
Says,
but I don't know. I mean, I know that John Broome, wasn't he Doink the Clown?
No, he was the old Flash writer. We're back to comics.
Oh,
but I feel sorry for the more than anybody in wrestling right
now. Wait, Drew McIntyre?
No.
Oh.
The woman married to Dom in real life because that good God, Ricky Morton goes up to Dom and says, "Son, that is a mullet." And and I'm sure part of Dom's thing is not to put on any kind of physique because he's just supposed to look like some dirty, hood rat.
He looks like what was the Dudley third brother? Spike Dudley,
and he's like the nicest kid in the world. And he's been married. He's been with the woman he just married for over half their lives. I mean, this is 100%. Obviously, he is. I give him credit. I know some of the boos were piped in to add to it, but he has done really good work. Considering, like I said, whoever made the decision to subvert expectations and make him a heel, that was Kurt Angle level good thinking, because he would have never made it as a face, with his daddy there. The fans would not have allowed it.
I don't know what they would do, but man, if AEW started getting better, if they brought on Shane to help with the booking, Shane McMahon would be great. And then I would love to see Brody King and Rhea Ripley like in the same program.
Brody's in AEW, so that's not going to happen.
No, as I said, if she joined AEW and they had good booking, I would have to see her. I would have to see her in the House of Black.
I mean, first off, hopefully at some point she'll come back. I mean, you can argue AEW has already got a person that could be their Rhea Ripley, and that's Ruby Soho.
Yeah, she's pregnant. It's gonna. I don't know if she had.
But I'm saying the only eventually Andrade went back probably to work in the same promotion as his wife. Buddy just re-upped. The only way that happens is if they don't want to be separated anymore, because she means too much to WWE. The only way I can see her leaving is literally to be with her husband. That's why I'm really kind of surprised that Levesque didn't swoop in and make Matthews an offer he couldn't refuse.
Yeah, or not? Is it Buddy Matthews or Brody King? I always
But Buddy Matthews. Brody King is
Okay, no.
the guy that doesn't have an inch left to tat.
Actually, you know what I want back? I want Julia Hart to be back in wrestling again. She had a really good run when she was champion.
She's injured, I believe.
Most likely, yeah. Because I'm like, when they disappear for a while, they're injured. It's like,
well, some of them. There was an interesting video I watched. I think it was early this week, talking about 4 wrestlers in AEW that haven't been seen for well over 100 days, and what the
Nero is injured.
Well, Ricky Starks, Wardlow. Think about it. Wardlow hasn't been.
I thought Ricky Starks is going the WWE.
No.
Well, he could be, but he's not yet. He's still in the contract. Wardlow, who's been missing for almost four months now.
Yeah.
Miro, like you said. And
Jake
then,
Hager quit.
Jake Hager quit. And then the 4th one is Sammy Guevara.
Yeah, Sammy, I don't know what's up with that. I mean,
it's very simple. I think about it. When did he leave? Who came to AEW on a massive allegedly multi-million-dollar contract and calls herself the CEO?
Oh, Monet, yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you remember back, God, how many years ago was this now? 2+? When he got suspended for that time because those, he made those comments and they came out publicly, and those were about Sasha Banks.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, pretty much all the rumors is that either part of the deal or Tony didn't want to offend his Crystal Girl, and Sammy has not been seen or heard from since.
Unless he's taking a paid vacation.
Well, I'm sure it's a paid vacation.
If it came down to one or the other, I would say my vote would be bye-bye, CEO.
Yeah.
But what I think will happen is that Guevara will be back. There's something major in the works for Starks. Wardlow should go to WWE.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to have him feud with MJF. They're not going to have him turn face and do that because that's going to be Adam Cole, baby.
I'm just worried because Wardlow.
Well, you're assuming that Adam Cole is going to ever be healthy again to come back.
Well, supposedly he's within a couple months. But Wardlow fits, let's be honest.
The big man, the Braun Strowman, monster.
The WWE, profile. I said, I mean, I liked him fine in AEW, but he's a better fit because like I said they do like him bigger. And
I did like him when he was CBS champ and him feuding with Joe.
Yeah, but like I said, he to quote the old Brady Bunch episode, he fits the suit. Like
if Wardlow and what's his name tag team Lucas Slower is if they make tag team they'd be like the Brothers of Destruction or something like that. They could do something like that. But that's like you said. Yeah. If he goes to WE, I'm like I keep looking at Wardlow, but I think I'm like, would they use him a lot because they already have 20 Wardlows over there?
Yeah. Well,
they don't anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned Luchasaurus. I forget. God, I can't remember what match it was from a week or two ago. But he was always billed as this huge monster, monster guy. And I forget who it was, but it was somebody else that you don't normally think of as like a big person, and matched up next to him was like, God, he's not taller than this guy. He's a little bit wider, but he did not look like a monster next to this other guy, and it surprised me. And I can't remember what tag match it was. It wasn't this past week's Collision. It was another week before that. So I don't know who the patriarchy was matched with or whatever. But
they've been feuding with Swerve, at least trying to.
And also and House of Black. It was probably Brody King.
Probably right, Brody King.
No, it wasn't Brody. It wasn't Brody King. I definitely know that. It might have been Malachi Black actually. Maybe it might have been him.
Well,
Now the bike is short.
What?
when you see
Further, yeah.
him, he was always working with, Jack Perry,
Mhm.
you Christian,
Marco
Nick
Stunt.
Young. That's. Oh, by the way, the Mariners didn't even have to give up a top 10 prospect for a Rosarena. That's how cheap the going rate is for outfielders now. So yeah, the 12 and the 22 prospect. Now, Rosarena's not hitting his weight at the moment, but
Yeah.
God, it would be tough to be a Tampa Bay fan. I mean, I don't even know why they put names on the backs of the jerseys. Nobody's there long enough to learn any of them.
If I'm in Tampa Bay, I'm probably, like I said, I would like, you would lose the lack. It would be like, oh yeah, it's great, no, and then the lure after a while, you just be like, I don't want to like care to go. So like my brother, he moved down there to Tampa to be with his girlfriend, and he says he loves the area, but he's like, yeah, I've gone a couple games, it's cool because he's the sports guy in the family. If he could, he would love to go to every single stadium in the United States if he could, just he loves doing that. When he went down there, he got the tour of the stadium, the Buccaneers. He went down there, went through that stuff, was on the field taking photos and stuff. And I said it's a lot different when you're sweating your ass off watching a football game than it is versus here where you're freezing your ass off.
The stadium is a dump.
Yeah,
and they're talking about building a new one. What they need to do is move because if there's too many transitory people down there. I mean, there's not. I know they're not close to each other, but like I said, the Marlins have trouble drawing. The Rays never draw.
It's
other
to me,
than when Yankee and Red Sox fans.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like you have too many blockbusters down the road from each other, and they all go under because there's too much competition.
Well, it's more like putting a bunch of ham restaurants in a Jewish neighborhood. There's just not so much interest to go around. So
great. Now I want food.
I just don't see, because they have no budget, and they're over 500 again. They just traded their, maybe not this year, but their best hitter.
Meatwad, Uncle T Hunger Force.
Yeah, one of the matches was Meatwad and Fang versus Johnny and Tanya. So if you wanted to know how far Johnny Morrison has fallen, he's doing basically house show matches at San Diego Comic-Con.
Last time I saw him, he was at Ring of Honor going against Dalton Castle.
Now, does he freelance for AEW, or is he on there, or is this an AEW thing that he's doing here?
He might be freelance.
I have no idea. I mean, he's popped up every now and then, so I don't know if he's all elite full time or not.
Because remember, he was just doing the segments. Remember, for whatever that was, TV thing.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Taya came out. Well, I know she was in that Lumberjane scrum on whichever show that was.
That was Saturday Collision.
Was that Saturday? Okay.
Which I did not watch because I'm like, I kind of want to watch that. I'm like looking at Collision. I'm like, it tells me the match card. I'm like, okay, they had Deanna Perosa. Like, chances are they're gonna have her win.
Yeah, I have no idea who Rachel from YOLO is, and Mr. Frog. They wrestled Orange Cassidy and Willow.
I'm gonna say this though. This is your WWE creative character wrestler.
Oh yeah, totally. So,
but
then
it fits Orange Cassidy because Orange Cassidy basically he is built on comedy wrestling stuff. He's not your typical wrestler.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He probably didn't. You know what? Okay, he probably didn't even care.
No.
Whatever.
Probably didn't take.
I have less issue with this because, as I say, this is basically a house show. It's not supposed to be televised or anything like that.
No.
And anyways, the final was, the wrestlers against each other. So
Well, we know how unimportant house shows are, because when someone dared to mention that Solo lost 37 house shows in a row, holy fuck, did the WWE fans just go ape shit.
oh, I didn't even hear about this.
Oh yeah, they're talking about, because he comes back the head of the table, 0-37 in his last 36, because he literally spent a year losing it. It was probably more than that. And someone said, "Oh, so now you AEW fans are going to bring house shows into it?" Yeah, they exist, but yeah, it's like, really, it's like, because I promise you, if somebody at AEW had lost 37 house shows, and then suddenly was like the big cheese, WWE fans would do the exact same thing.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know,
So the point is, nobody cares, because
No,
you pay your money, you go see your show, and everybody's, at least the people that are being told that they love the Samoans. I just don't happen to be among them. Yeah, and I don't care about the Wyatt Six either.
So, see, the way you feel about those characters, the same way I feel about Bailey.
Oh, Bailey!
God, Bailey is like, she, remember, put your hands in the air, hugs, and so hug Bailey.
Well, yeah,
hugs.
that
She's like,
that's what made it so
I mean,
great when she turned heel.
Yeah, I mean, that was really
she's
really effective. And I mean, I thought at one point that she was going to become the female John Cena, in the sense of, because that character was so loved by young girls.
Yeah.
She was going to be hitting that Make-A-Wish circuit and doing all those, face promo things that, and all the charity work that John Cena did. And I think she still, obviously, I think she still does stuff, but I love the hugger character. I thought it was great.
So my point is, because she was based on that, she went the heel turn, and I just couldn't take. She still had her hair in the little thing on the side. I couldn't take it.
She's got kind of the shaved side now, but she's
Dakota Kai and the rest of
her group turned on her, so she's,
which I loved,
more or less a face now. Which more or less works. I mean, I would still love at some point to see a return to the hugger Bailey, but I don't know if we'll ever get that.
No, because I love it's, what her name is, it Kiro or Hero? She's the one that does the pirate thing, the wagon, the ship wheel.
Oh, Kari Sane?
Kari Sane, and then there's another one. She's like in that little group that she got kicked out of. The whole group.
There was Io Sky.
That's what it is, Io Sky. I can't remember what her name is. Is that I said I like watching both those two, like this. They're fun to watch, and then you have Dakota Kai being in there. Dakota Kai, I still remember her when she turned on Rhea Ripley. Or no, wait, no, it wasn't Rhea Ripley. Was it it was at the NXT War Games where she just smashed she hurt somebody's arm, and they had to let Rhea had to come running out, and it's like oh my gosh, and then she was supposed to be on the good team, but she turned heel. I think I think that was when Rhea Ripley was a face at the time. But I remember that was NXT I watched. I remember that was 2015, 2017 or somewhere around there. But I was like, dang. I was like, ever since then, I've just been a fan of Dakota Kai. I want to see her get the title reign and all that stuff. But so another thing, did they ever fix their problem with the tag team thing? It got the point where it just felt like there was 3 teams. That was it for the women's tag team.
You're talking the women's tag teams?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's fixed right now. I mean, your current tag champs are Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark.
Yeah.
Sonya Deville came back finally and is no longer
she's a manager, right?
An assistant GM or anything like that. That basically the 3 of them were running together, and you basically gone full on heel. Oh, that's right. Well, so they've got one of the women's tag titles. That's right. The other tag titles are still on the two gals that won it at Clash in the Castle. Whose names I'm blanking on right now.
Chelsea Green?
No, not Chelsea Green. No, they're one of them's Scottish and the other one's either English or Australian. I can't remember.
Do you follow Matt Cardona, her husband, Chelsea Green's husband?
No.
When she won the Take Two championship, she's like, I'm a quarter champion, all right. Those jokes are on. That guy, Mr. Woo Woo, he basically he turned himself into a very much popular wrestler outside of WWE after they let him go. It's
Zack Ryder?
Zack Ryder, yeah, he's Matt Cardona.
Oh, okay.
He's it was a couple months.
Cardona. Okay,
Matt Cardona.
I
Yeah,
thought
sorry.
you were saying like Macrodone or something like that.
No, Matt Cardona. I have a lot of respect for that guy. He came over. He used to be one of the Edge heads. Came over to AEW back when Edge had the title before he hurt himself at their match. I love their match. That was great. But I love the fact that Matt Cardona is just like, he teases like, should I come back to WWE? He's like, nah. And he's like,
yeah. Well, I guess he was backstage at TNA Slammiversary or something. So
yeah, he's also been at the WWE. He's been at the events back, watching stuff.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: do you think that Joe Hendry is going to work on a main roster?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean,
I don't even know who he is.
Oh, say his name and he appears.
So some Snarkmeister called him Danhausen without the makeup.
That's unfair. First off, Joe Hendry can actually wrestle, so.
Well, could Danhausen once upon a time? How did he get to where he was?
Really.
So he does do wrestling. He's just in AEW. They really didn't have him do any wrestling at all.
I hated that guy.
He's so small and thin. I mean,
but his wife is hot.
No, Danhausen can never wrestle.
He wrestled indie stuff. Is this AEW? They really just had him as the chaperone or as there.
I couldn't stand that character. Not that a skinny guy can't go over, because Darby Allin's done pretty well for himself.
Darby Allin needs to lose that pink coat.
But Danhausen.
Yeah, let's see. We're this late. Do you share a YouTube video? Oh, come on! You
We're
think
not monetized, so we'll find
through
out.
a copyright strike? Let me see. Let me see if this will play, because I have no idea how the audio stuff here works. So.
He appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah. So can you hear that?
I can hear it, but don't play it too much of it. Yeah, because.
Yeah. So he's got this, kind of. I guess he kind of called it a little bit of a Playboy gimmick, but I mean, crowds just go absolutely.
Oh yeah. Also, we're on I Love Comics. Remember?
Oh, we are? Okay. Well,
yeah. So I would.
Well, it's a couple seconds here and there, but yeah.
Scotland and Canada and Mexico.
Yeah. And so, I mean, he did all this and basically came up with this entire thing. I think he's Australian. Here he is, rocking out on the guitar.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, you see it, in an arena, and especially the fact that he's been going back and forth between NXT and TNA. Everybody's
I believe in.
When he's going, full time.
I believe.
You know what they should do? They should bring back Rick Boog and have him play guitar for Shinsuke again. And as Shinsuke is coming out, have Hendry just break the guitar over his head and take over.
Yeah. Well, it was funny. There is a video, and it's on YouTube. I think it actually might be under Joe Hendry's YouTube channel. He did an indie match not too long ago with Elias. And it's funny because Elias is in the ring. He starts playing. He goes, I'm hearing that somebody's been stealing my gimmick, kind of thing. And then suddenly, Joe Hendry's, theme hits, and Elias, flicks around all pissed off, and Hendry comes out.
What promotion was this?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was like GCW. It certainly wasn't TNA. It was some indie.
I always forget about GCW. That's like so obscure.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for guys that at one point were really big and the biggest promotion in the world, and it's got to be tough for them too. Like so, like when you're performing in a room where you can see the basket because you're in a high school gym or something like that. It's like because you think about it, a couple of years ago, he was getting major segments on the biggest show in the world. Raw.
Oh yeah, no. At one point in time, I wanted that Elias World Tour T-shirt because it was such a cool looking T-shirt.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I kind of hope. Like I said, I didn't want AEW to sign him, but I do want him to sign the guy that plays Jinder Mahal because he wants to be a face. I think it's never been really tried.
Jinder, he just showed up. I think he just made his first indie appearance in GCW, as a matter of fact.
I know the non-complete.
I think it was Cultaholic or something.
But
I mean, I'd love to see Dolph Lundgren because his brother is currently AEW.
He was on Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah,
he was
TNA World Champion.
Whatever Jinder Mahal's name is, he was actually a regular on one of those like on a Netflix show. He was in like 10 of the 12 episodes in a season or something, but I can't remember it. I'm sure it'd be easy enough because you IMDb him now. It's 1:30. I think I'm heading.
I was waiting for this. I'm like, this is 4.5 hours for the best of the week.
Oh wow. Well, you get me on here and you start talking wrestling and baseball. And
did you see my ticker before? It said, "An hour of
for
baseball."
For the love of God, get me out of here.
It's like I know a little bit, and then you guys are just going like, they're really far into the ocean. I can't see them anymore. The ship's gone. Look at the binoculars.
Yeah. But if you didn't see Nick Nemeth there won the TNA World Championship at Slammiversary.
Nice.
So
has he ever won a world championship in the WWE?
He had yes.
The Intercontinental, I thought.
He was one of those kind of snake bit guys where I remember specifically he didn't win the main one. So at the time, the world title or the SmackDown title, I forget what the hell they called it at that point. And then he got hurt like a week later and had to, drop the title because he was out like 6 months or something.
He's in Judgment Day now. Finn Balor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Finn Balor, man, used to be like the big thing, and now
same thing happened to him. He won the title and then got hurt and was out for half a year.
Yeah, and
by that time,
a couple times. But I mean, the thing is, he's got a good run going with the Judgment Day here. I mean, they recently he and JD McDonough recently won the tag titles back.
Yeah, so but in all honesty, and I'm this is no AEW bias like that. He's more comic relief at this point for a guy that it won. I mean, when he first came out as the Demon, holy shit!
Oh,
and then,
yeah.
When he won the championship, I think because it went against everything that dirty old fuck stands for, and injuries derailed it because then Vince had time to think about it and said, "Oh no, I won't make that mistake again." And he never got a sniff of it after
the next time I see him with the Demon versus the Fiend, and I was just like, where is Umaga? Where is the witch doctor? The guy eats the worms. And
as a boogeyman. Well, Umaga is, or as Lord Regal called him, Umanga is tag teaming with Bray Wyatt upstairs.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's eating worms.
Old Alfred Hayes, yeah.
No,
welcome to Titan Entertainment. and the
I'm
best.
surprised people haven't complained about Blood and Guts. God, Beast like it's just war games. It's two rings put together. With
By the way,
Yeah,
that was a pretty good Lord Asshole Hayes you just did. Because that's what we used to call him. Because remember when he turned heel?
yeah. Oh well, vaguely, but it's so funny. There's a wrestling YouTube channel that I listen to, and they start the live stream with the old, Titan Entertainment theme from the VHS cassettes, and it's just like, oh my god, it's just take me back to the 1980s of going to the video store and finding whatever the latest WWE compilation tape was, the best of Hulk Hogan or the best of Roddy Piper, or, slams and what have you. And I was like, oh my God, this is too good.
Back then, I
the-
had the WCW or NWO, whichever one it was at the time, because we actually got to see a lot of the WWF stuff.
Mhm.
They had the Saturday night show and whatnot. And wait a second, I'm doing it again. Say it. Take us out of here, Vangman. If I'm not careful, it will.
Yeah.
All right.
We can reminisce about 80s wrestling another time.
If you had this live stream going for 4 hours and 35 minutes,
You lost.
holy crap. We haven't had this much conversation on a Thursday in a while. LK's been deprived for a week of talking.
Yeah.
he's been sick, so it's like he's like, and I get to talk about baseball and wrestling. This is the best night ever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! Thank you all who were here tonight. There's been so many people that popped in here. It's I'd be here for another 40 minutes reading off your names. But thank you all. I think one of them was like something Sledhead. That's what it was. Yeah,
That was yesterday.
Yeah. For me now it is yesterday. For me now it's 12:39.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but thank you guys for all being here. And if you've been watching this on I Love Comics, you should be watching on the Geeky Puppet Show instead. Always go here. When you see me in this corner here in this background and it's streaming I Love Comics, jump to the Geeky Puppet Show because we're most likely streaming and he's just just branching off. But that being said, though, if you like comic books, talking about comic books and just watching people have fun reading comic books, and just talking about sports or wrestling, whatever, just subscribe here. Leave a like. My throat felt like I smoked a carton over the last couple weeks. Hey, what's up? I Love Comics. Crappy's here.
Oh, that's weird. I saw my icon there in the chat, so I thought would put my icon in there. It did it twice.
Oh.
That's weird.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, it posted it on.
Oh, I see. It says, comments will be posted to multiple channels.
Yeah,
Okay,
because I'm sure he's still watching Deadpool.
Oh, I thought that was okay. I was just saying, I was like, that's E over there?
Good God, and you're treating this like Homer Simpson just seeing a donut. Can we go, please?
I let you have your time talking for 2 hours of sports night,
And
sir.
you're gonna go, golly gee whiz, my name's I Love Comics now.
Yes, I will. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.